Hey guys, and welcome to Little Black Book 91. I am here sitting down with Ready to Love's DC Queen,
What?
Aisha. Hayden,
Queen?
Queen.
I'll
Yes.
wear it. I'll wear
Come
it. Thank you.
on. Tell him.
Come
Hayden.
on, Woody. Hi, beautiful people. Thank you for waiting for me. I guess this is long overdue. You guys been calling for me.
Yes.
So I
Yes.
answered hello.
It's all good, baby. Listen, they say the best till last, as they say. The best
Hey,
till last. But I'm glad you're on here. It's an honor to host you. We had Dante last night, but we have you today,
I
and we
know
are
I did.
appreciative of that, to see you. And you're looking beautiful as well. You know
Thank
what I'm
you. So
saying?
y'all catching the real zhuzh of
Listen,
Aisha.
I'm feeling this still.
This
I'm not
is
going
how
to lie
I'm
to you.
15 years strong. This is me, low, bald, and blonde bombshell. That's it. Cheekbones for days, big teeth, little nose, chinky eyes. That's the flavor I give. 15 years.
Hey, listen, you come with that flavor, and we like it, man. We love it. We love it. So, we like to make sure, the person sitting in front of us is not a beautiful android. Want to make sure they're not a beautiful, what do we say? How to say 3D, 4D image, you know what I'm saying? Like, you have to make sure not a hologram. You know what I mean? So, we're going to ask you a few questions
Yes.
called human verification. So, my first question to you is, who would you rather face in a lyrical rap battle? Foxy Brown, Eve, Little Kim, MC Light, or Queen Latifah? Who would you rather face in an MC battle?
Oh my God, this is all the queens of hip hop. First of
Come
all, I
on
used to
now.
think I was Foxy Brown. And
Come
then
on.
I thought I was Eve when I went low.
Eve was a
I
queen.
mean, the queen herself, Queen Latifah, even though she didn't
Mm.
smash me, I just want to be in her presence. Like, I'm gonna just be like, bust it, check it, but bust it, check it. And I'm just be over and over until she crushed me.
Nothing wrong with that at all,
She gonna
man.
come
Nothing
with
wrong with that at
instinct,
all.
instinct to another flow. Every time I hear
Jeez.
a girl, go, bitch, show a hoe. Trying to make a
Oh.
sister feel low, all of that has to go.
You're a wave. I like it. You're a wave. Yeah, listen, the queen herself, man. She's wavy. So that's who you'd face. I love that. I love that. I want to ask you another question.
Okay.
Favorite color?
My favorite color is pink.
Ooh, why
That's why
pink?
my name is Pink Dolly Glam.
That's true. That's
All
true.
things pink, all things Dolly, because everybody used to call me, I look like a China doll, I look like a doll baby, and then all things glamorous. So Pink Dolly Glam.
I like it. I like
And
it.
also pink because I always say, as a female, I want to be pink, soft, and live in my feminine energy. So that's why.
I love that. I love that. Favorite number?
My favorite number is, so I have two favorite numbers.
That's cool.
So I have two favorite numbers. So my parents had eight of us. So I call us the Great Eight, and my mama is the Mama Queen Bee.
Right.
And then for me and my children, we always throw up threes to represent us.
Okay. Okay. I love that. So eight
Yeah.
and three. We can rock with that. We can rock with that. All right. Cool. And my final question here: cereal or milk in first?
I don't eat cereal because I don't drink milk. Yeah.
Not even almond milk.
I don't like almond milk. So once I gave up milk, so when I used to eat cereal, I guess I put the cereal then the milk.
Okay.
I can't remember. It's been so many years. It has been more than
Why did you give up the
probably eight
cereal then?
years since I've eaten cereal.
How can you
Yeah.
give up cereal?
Because once I stopped drinking milk, I was like, there's no point in the cereal. Like, it's nothing like a cold milk with cereal. And
Okay.
then I used to love cinnamon toast crunch. And then once I learned that they put this chemical to keep the shelf life in it, and it could cause children to get ADHD. I was just like, my children cannot eat certain name brands of cereal. They can't eat certain things. So I'm like a stickler for that thing. So it was like certain things just went out the door once I had children.
Okay. Okay. I feel you. I feel you. You know who else doesn't eat cereal?
Who else doesn't eat cereal?
We'll talk about that person later on. Okay, so I want to ask this great question to you, Aisha. What is your story, and who is Aisha?
Who is Aisha?
I said Aisha. It's Aisha. My bad. Sorry. Thanks for correcting me.
Aisha, yeah.
Aisha. Thank
Aisha,
you.
the prophet's wife,
Come
Aisha.
on now. Mm-hmm.
Who is Aisha? She is vulnerable.
Mm.
She is authentic. She is spiritual. She is emotional. She's strong, but not because she wants to be, because she has to be.
Mm.
She's a daughter, a grandchild, a niece, a cousin, a friend, and the biggest gift that I could have ever been given, a mother. Once had the pleasure of being a wife, and I'm curating my life to become that again.
Love that.
I am the most authentic person you can be because I believe to show up in this world authentic, true, and vulnerable, you are going to get what you put out. You
Mm.
understand? So I know what pain feels like. So Aisha shows up in this world full of love. I am love. Oshun is my deity that guides me. So I'm sensual.
Mm.
I'm infectious. I'm gonna pull you in because my energy and my aura is it calls to you because you can feel the authenticity.
Mm.
I'm not here to fake it so I can make it. Either you love me, you like me, or you leave me alone. And that's why you should.
Mm. Why did I feel so poetic? That's
I am a
that
poet.
energy. Uh huh. That was like, yo, that was giving me that. Okay, I hear that. I hear that. Okay, so let me ask a question then. So, you know, take us into your childhood because I want to know what you were like before then, as a young woman or young girl, I should even say. What was your childhood like? What was your upbringing like? Tell us a bit more about that then.
So I'm number 3 of 8,
Okay.
second girl. So it's girl, boy, then me, and then the rest of the 5.
Mm.
Grew up in the Bronx, New York, the
Come
boogie
on now.
down, the mecca of hip hop, the fun. It's the energy, the pureness, the 4 train, the D line, the 2 train. That's what I grew up on. I grew up on hopscotch, hot peas and butter,
Mm.
double dutch, and the fire hydrant being on, and we all outside playing, scraping our knees and getting back up, getting a bandit and keeping it pushing, catch and
Mm.
kiss, riding on the
Okay.
back of each other bicycle. I grew up as a kid where this day and
Mm.
age is all about technology. Before I
Mm.
even got dial up, we was turning the TV with a pliers. You
Mm.
understand? I grew up in a 1 bedroom apartment, about 6 of us before my mom and my dad was able to pull us in the house.
Wow.
And we made it work. We didn't know we were poor. I never felt being poor until I became older. I said, Ma, so we really didn't have much, did we? Like, gosh, because I'm feeding my kids lobsters and stuff. But I remember eating hot dogs cut up in some rice, you know.
Mm. Come on now.
But my
Okay.
mom made it work.
Mm.
My parents made it work. And we never went hungry.
Mm.
And then my mom filled us with enrichment. Like my mom will put, I told this story in one of my interviews. My mom will put me in a shopping cart, and we will all ride to the library. And we lived in the library. My mom will read to us. If people could fly, it's folklore about African culture and stuff. My dad, when once we started to practice Yoruba out loud,
Wow.
at first it was shocking to me because growing up in the Bronx, people said African booty scratcher and stuff
Yeah.
like that.
Mm.
So you couldn't celebrate being an African and being in love with your culture. And my father was full garb, his hat, his lap, my mom with her lapa and wrapping her head, and it was the whole thing. And he was a Yoruba chief, and we marched the African parades, and he was
Mm.
front and center. And I couldn't appreciate it then because people teased,
Yeah.
but it never stopped my father from drilling in us our culture. This is who you are. This is who you are. This is who you are. You won't get it today, but you're gonna get it tomorrow. You won't get it. No, I'm not celebrating Christmas in my house because that don't belong to us. This is what belongs to, and I'm not saying it doesn't.
Yeah.
Anybody can celebrate what you want, but this is how I grew up. And this is what belongs to you. This is what it looks like. This is what they took from us. When the slave trade happened, this is what happened. When we went, this is what happened. This is our culture was held by these, and this is the Yoruba. This belongs to us. The deities belong to us. This is who you are. This is who you are. And he constantly told us, this is who you are. And at first it was the clash of the titans because I was like, I don't want to
Mm.
do that. My
Yeah.
friends don't do that. I don't know what that is, but that's the culture I grew up in, and I loved it. And as strict as my father was, he was there. All 8 of his kids. He had 8 children with my mom. I grew up, me and my siblings fighting, wrestling, but loving each other and having each other back. My father was the type of father. Also, you couldn't come in the house saying nobody picked on you. How many of y'all? You better go out there and handle that. But you come in this house, talk about somebody picked on you, and it's a slew of you. You better get your sister and your brother and y'all better go out there. Don't come in this house talking about somebody picked on you, or I'm gonna give you a spanking. And my mother was just this sweet little 5'1", not even 5'1". My mother's like 4'11". Sweet little thing, and never said a curse word. And if my mom said ass, like, you guys don't listen and I'm gonna spank your ass, we'll be like, oh, we made mommy cry. We made mommy curse. And then we start crying because my mother has never, she does not use profanity. With my father, that was
easy.
It's like, oh, this English that comes out your mouth too, sir. He was a Gemini male.
Okay.
May Gemini, and I'm a June Gemini.
Okay.
And his mother was a Gemini. So when his mom passed, he decided that he wanted to plan a Gemini girl. So they definitely planned me. So out of all his children, he planned me. Wow. And that's how I grew up. Just in the South Bronx. My mom grew up in the projects. So I'm from the projects, but I'm also from just regular tenement buildings. And just life was fun. There was no worry.
Tell us some of the fun memories then that you experienced as a young kid. I know you talked a little bit about, you gave us a little do-over, but give us a little bit of some of the fun memories, some specific memories that you remember of your childhood, some fun ones.
Going to my grandmother's house, because so the thing about when you get into a relationship and then into a marriage with somebody, you might not always have the same religious views. So my mom grew up with her family going to church and celebrating Christmas stuff where my father didn't. There was a balance between my parents where my father would the tree couldn't go up in our house, but he would let my mom take us to her parents' house where it was the big giant tree up to the sky and presents galore. And that was the balance between them. And it worked. And so my best memories was just my grandmother Daisy, which I miss to this day. Is my mom. She's the big mama of us all. And just going to those projects and seeing that tree touch the ceiling and more than 100 gifts for all the grandkids. And us just ripping the paper off, paper flying. And the uncles and aunts is just snapping with their Polaroids or they like wind up cameras. And everyone is just watching us. And then the smell of red rice, baked macaroni and cheese, collard greens, fried chicken, barbecue chicken. Like we went in, cakes, cupcakes. It was just food, laughter, and fun. And my cousins and I, we would just run up and down the hallway in those project buildings. We also would like climb the walls. I don't know if anybody ever did this. So the project walls are not that far from each other. So we will like grab the walls with each hand and then jump up on it with our feet and then scale the wall up like that. And we will race each other to see who gets to the top. Then we hit the top of the ceiling and then come back down. And then my grandmother would come in that hallway like, don't be making too much noise in this hallway. But it was just the fun of being kids and no worries. And my cousins is not like cousins. We're like siblings too. That's how close we were.
Wow. That's lovely to hear, man. It's good to hear such a positive, childhood, and people having fun and being allowed to be a kid. You know what I mean? As well, as being allowed to have a kid is beautiful. Tell us a little bit more about your relationship with your parents and as well then. I mean, it sounds like you guys had a great relationship as well. So tell us a little bit more about your relationship with your parents.
So like I said, my father was very religious. So we bumped heads. We bumped heads because it was like his way or the highway.
Yeah.
And first we were Muslim. And then he started to adapt the Yoruba culture once he went and became ordained as a Yoruba chief. So the switch from calling him daddy to calling him Baba.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so he went full tradition,
Wow.
is I'm no longer daddy, I'm now Baba.
Baba. Yeah.
Your mom is no longer mommy, she's Iya.
Yeah. That's
And
wild.
so it was like, what? Which
Yeah.
my mom allowed us to keep calling her mommy because she's like, no, mommy works for me. But for my dad, it was like, nope, I'm Baba. And then in your religion, when the elder enter the room, you do what's called a kole. So you kneel down on your knee, and then they tap you and allow you to
Yep.
rise up. It's a
Yep.
greeting to like show respect.
Yep.
So wherever we was, and my father walked up to us, we had
That's a
to
Jew.
kneel and for him to greet. So it was a culture shock shift, and my friends would laugh, like, "What are y'all doing?" And it was just like, ugh. And then my father is like almost 6'3", big black man, his tribal marks on his face, full African garb. He would come to the classroom and school the teachers if they would give us Christopher Columbus homework. He would come like, my child is not doing this. Do you understand? And then teach the whole class. And then the principal would come and then he would tell the principal, like, go Jackie your daddy. Like, go sit down. Like, tell him in Europe, go sit down. And then this white man is like, so it was like, in my head, I'm like, my father is so embarrassing. So it was that clash where I was like, you don't know what you need until you get it, after. I appreciate now because it's so funny. Things he had taught me then before he passed, it stuck. I didn't know growing up it was going to stick with me as much. But that's what it was, very much that people come in to get readings from my father. He was very spiritual, and what he practiced was true. We watched him do rituals with people. We watched him, give people spiritual readings, and it come to fruition. I watched it, the altars, and people really coming broken, and him hoping healing them. And because he was a chief, I became a keeper. All his kids became a keeper. And my spirit, he always told me, was the higher keepers because of the energy I possessed. So he used to be like, when you're ready to tap into it, it's going to pull you. And I find myself now, as I gotten older, that energy shift is pulling me more and more and more to understand my West African roots so much. It's like crazy. So growing up that strict, and then it was not like he didn't let boys call, couldn't have boyfriends. He still believed in coming with a dowry. So it was like, you dating my daughter, what are you bringing me? It's like,
Ripping that cow and that sheep.
nobody's coming with a cow. Nobody is coming and offering you a cow and 2 lambs for me. Please stop.
Find a way.
Yeah, but in his head, it's like,
Yeah.
you want my daughter, what do you have to offer me, young man? What are you calling my house for? What do you got for me? Nothing. You can't offer her nothing. Don't call. You ain't, not this one. You can't have this one. Like, so he always be like, I don't care if y'all don't like it. And where I thought, I want the Huxtable daddy. Daddy to bounce you on his knee and say, look at my princess. My dad only knew how to love. His mother was tough. And I learned, one of the things I learned in therapy is we can't constantly blame our parents for everything. Sometimes it's just their circumstances that led them to loving you how they knew how to love. And he was there. He was there until he was in the ground. So his tough way, when I got my period, and he would be like, so don't go out here letting no guy like smooth you up and then get yourself pregnant. He gonna take you in the staircase, hump on you. And I'm like, how about you just tell me to protect myself? How about you don't come at me like that? And then he was like, no, but don't let these guys are tricksters. These guys are gonna get in your head. These guys want one thing. You are now a woman. They can smell it. They can smell it. They don't. You smarter than that. What I wanted was, you're now a woman. Just be careful. But his delivery, although it wasn't the one I wanted,
I understand.
It stuck with me.
Yeah.
Because these guys couldn't play with me. Because in the back of my head, I remember my daddy said these guys are going to play with me. They're going to try to use me and abuse me and throw me away. So dun, 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 dun. And then the balance was my beautiful mother who grew up Southern roots. And the balance was her. She was just this little old thing. and she was just the sweetest person. Just loved her kids and cooked meals. We always had breakfast. We always had lunch. We always had dinner. We go to picnics outside. My mom is gonna make sure we have snacks. We go on a trip. It was so much so the neighborhood kids used to be like, "Can we go with y'all? Can we go with y'all?" Because my mom always took us places,
Mm.
and she was just the most sweetest thing, and just let you lay in her breast, and she just will rock you and let you and read to us. She constantly read to us. And a funny thing too is my father is a Mr. T lookalike.
Mm.
So if you want a visual think image of my dad, he looks exactly like Mr. T. Mr. T named him the number one impersonator of the world. His number one impersonator of the world. So
Wow.
my father used to travel the world with other impersonators like Michael Jackson, Madonna, and everyone. And my father worked for this amusement park where he had a tiger, and my father will put his head in the tiger's mouth, and he would talk Yoruba to the tiger, and the tiger would listen to his commands and never bit him. My father had a boa constrictor the length of a room, and he would take his boa constrictor and he would take the boa constrictor, hold him, pull him all the way down the throat, wrap the boa constrictor around his neck, and then would just sit there, and the boa constrictor would bite him nothing. He would light his he would do the light tricks with the
Mm.
fire, like the
Mm.
fire, and swallow the fire. So I grew up in this religious, fun circus life of everything
Wow.
in the Bronx. So it was a great childhood, and it was a balance of parents. Like my dad was very eccentric,
Mhm.
and then my
Hey.
mom was the calm. And I think that's why I'm the balance of
Mm. The
both.
two.
And
Mm.
and that's why I'm the Gemini. So you're gonna get
A bit of
dual
both.
sided of me.
I love that. I love that. Again, love the warmness. Love the positive,
Mm.
energy that you exude when you're telling these stories as well, and your truth of your childhood. It's good to hear. For you, obviously, as well. I guess, obviously, for you as a young girl, what would you say was your dream then? As a young girl, what do you think? What would you say was your dream?
My dream, I always dreamt to go. I'm trying to find a picture of my dad so you guys can see, because if you see his head with this tiger, you guys are gonna be like,
You're gonna be
what the
freaking out.
hell? When I show people this picture of my dad with his tiger, and then we also had a monkey, and it
What?
was just a lot. It was definitely a lot. When I show people this, they be like, "Yo, what kind of life did you
Was he
live?" I'm
living?
like,
Yeah.
I
That
lived
is.
a crazy life. It was
No, I
a
remember
lot of
that.
fun. It was an interesting life, to say the very least. So this is one picture of him
Mm.
when his steak was still small,
Oh wow. Oh no, he does look like Mr. T. Oh Lord.
and that's when his snake was a baby.
Oh wow, he really does look like Mr. T.
Hmm. So that's when he was, and then this is how he was.
Is that a
And
tiger's mouth one?
this is
Yeah, I'm scared
him
of.
and my mom as he full garb.
Okay, so he's put himself fully into the attire. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then I'm trying to find the one with him with his tiger. That's the one that blows people away. Is the one with his tiger. And then I showed it to Dante, and he's like, "So your dad really it was
Put his
like
head in the
had a
tiger's
tiger?"
mouth.
And this tiger would, like, my dad would train him. I remember he would sit, he would train the tiger, and I used to be scared to watch the show because I always thought the tiger was gonna bite his head off. I always
Yeah,
thought
for real.
that the tiger is going to freaking eat this man, but it never did. He never had a moment where the tiger attacked him. Um, I don't know if I can. Okay, I can. Okay, there's him with his tiger.
It's not a small. It's not a small tiger, that's for sure.
That's not a small tiger, and he would put his head in his mouth.
And that tiger standing up.
That's the tiger standing up. Well, no,
Uh,
the tiger's sitting down. You see, he has the chain on him.
oh.
He's leading him. That's him walking his tiger out to the crowd.
Uh-huh. That's a big boy right next to him.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And then this is him impersonating his. This is
Mr.
him as
T.
Mr. T. So it was like, it's like, wow, you have this. I lived an interesting life. And then this is my beautiful queen mother.
Yeah, Marge.
And then you guys also saw my mom on a show.
Yeah, Marge is Marge. I like Marge.
Yeah, that's them.
Someone said I look kind of scared. I'm scared. I was scared when I saw the lion, the tiger.
That's them together, my parents. So I mean, I grew up an interesting life. And me growing up, the one thing I wanted to always do, I just wanted to jet set around the world.
Okay.
The desire to be a mom wasn't there because my mom I'm number 3 of 8. So by the time she had number 4, I was excited. Like, okay, good. I'm now the big sister. I could be the big sister now because my brother never used to want to play with me. And I used to be like, okay, now, or my big sister. So I'm like, okay, now I could be the big sister. And so I was happy for my little brother. And then she got pregnant again. And I was happy for my little sister. And then she got pregnant again. It was a little boy. So I'm like, all right, now stop. And my mother started to get pregnant again, and she would hide it from us because she knew I was going to be the one upset. Nobody else cared but me. I used to be like, why are you bringing another person? I want some 5411s. Does everybody know what 5411s are? They're Reeboks.
Okay.
Reeboks, but they cost $54.11. So we call them 5411s. Wow. And I'm like, I want my son. And then I wanted these jeans called Parasuco. And Parasucos cost $100. So imagine being in the 90s buying $100 jeans and your mom has all these kids. So it was like, I wanted Parasucos. I wanted paper denims. Those was also like $150 pair of jeans. So it was Parasuco, paper denim. And then Levi's also was pretty expensive. So I'm like, if you keep having babies, mama, how am I going to get my zhuzh on? Like, I can't be fly. So I started working early. I started working at 13 with a summer youth program because I knew early on I liked things and I wanted to have things and travel the world. And so I think in my head, I started to associate with being a mommy meant you can't have things.
Ooh.
Because sometimes I would say to my mom, like, Mom, go buy yourself this, go buy yourself that. And she would be like, oh, I'm fine. And I was like, Mom, like, why are you not buying yourself? Now that I am successful in my own right, I buy my mother everything. Because I remember her sacrifice for us was, it doesn't matter as long as you guys are fed and clothed. I do not care. So with me, I just associate like, so being a mom mean you can't look nice. And she looked nice, but I wanted her to have more. If we went in the store and she'll pick up a dress that I thought was nice, she'd be like, oh, I don't need it right now. And I'm just like, why not? She's like, oh. And so I'm like, when I go in the store, whether I got kids or not, I want to get whatever I want. So it never was my desire to not, honestly, to be a mom. I used to always tell my mother, I'm not having kids. I'm going to fly around the world. I'm going to do here. I'm going to do this. I'm never going to have kids. So that was my desire as a child, is just to be a jet setter going around the world doing celebrity hair.
Wow. Why do you think that you were sensitive enough to pick up on the fact that your mum was, like, for instance, like you said, going into a store and she'll say, no, I'm all right, cool. Because it is a sensitivity to see that, you know what I mean? It does take someone who's being cognizant at that age, at a young age, to see those kind of things. So why do you feel like you were seeing those kind of things at that age?
My mom always said that I was a little sensitive thing. She used to always say, you're a little sensitive thing. If somebody else cried, I cried. If I felt somebody was hurt, and I heard it too. I never was a give me kid.
Yeah.
I always wanted to share. I always wanted to include people. I never wanted to hurt people's feelings, but I was a tattletale. I ain't gonna even lie. I used to tell my brothers all the time, like, who broke that? He did it. I was a tattletale. Like, oh my God. My brothers would be like, this is why I don't let you play with me. Because I was telling who broke it, he did it. He did it. But I guess it goes back to what my dad said, that the keeper in me is always going to be, was in me. And when I'm ready to explore it more, it will come forth. So I guess it was probably that spiritual nature that was already like just in me. But I know I just didn't like it. I just didn't like that. I will see her want something and chose us over it. But watching that also shaped me to become selfless.
Mm.
Because it's like, oh, if someone, you got to think of other people too. You don't always have to put yourself, put yourself first, but always think about other people's wants too. And that's also shaped me as a mom. But what I loved and appreciated about my mom too was watching how she cared for us, watching how she ran the house, watching her selfless acts made me understand the dynamic of a true mother. And now, even though I grew up poor, I said to myself, and I don't even say it's poor, it's just we didn't have as much as everybody else until my parents was able to put us in a big house. And then once we got into our house, we was just like everybody. Some people, we had our rooms. Some of us had our own rooms now. And even if we had to share our rooms, it was better than us living at one point in a 1-bedroom apartment.
Trust me, I've been there. I know what you're talking about.
Yes. So now we like, oh my, we running from room to room. Like, we have room. Oh my God, we have 2 bathrooms. Oh my God, we have a big old living room. Oh my God, we have 2 kitchens, so it definitely done that dynamic changed gears. It wasn't the most glamorous lifestyle, but it worked for us. It worked for us. And then when I got older, I said, when I became a mom, I said, you know what? I'm going to show my kids what living in luxury looks like because you deserve. Because you deserve. And I want us to all, people of color, to start showing our kids that it's okay to live in luxury. You get to have that. You get to have that. We get to, when our kids turn 16, give them a car. We got to stop letting them see these things happen on TV and thinking that they can't have it. No, you get that too. You're about to be 16. Let's get you a car, bro. Let's get you it. You got it. You're going to get it. Let's start giving them bank accounts. Let's start doing these. Let's teach them financial literacy. And my mom, watching how she would handle the money, watching how she ran the house, showed me how to become this mom, but take it to the next level.
I'm hearing that big time. Okay. Okay, so talk to us a little bit about you coming into the age of when you're starting to date then, if you got to date, because I know Daddy was on point, so.
I did not get to date. Trust me, I didn't get to date. But I wasn't interested in boys.
Okay.
I didn't think I became interested in boys until I became about 16. I had a little boyfriend at 14, but to me, a boyfriend meant just somebody he said, you want to be my girlfriend? I just said, yeah, because everybody else was saying yeah. But the moment he said, kiss me, I was like, kiss you? Like, kiss you? That's gross. I'm not kissing you. That's freaking disgusting. Like, I'm not kissing you. So it was like, he was like, what do you mean not kissing me? I'm like, I'll hold your hand, but I'm not kissing you. Like, I did not become a kisser until I was moving into almost my 20s. I didn't become a big kisser. Like, the whole tongue kissing thing was like, you're not putting your tongue in my mouth. You better get ahead with that. And I think I was a bit of a goody two shoes. So, I don't know. It's just the rule was no boyfriend. When I did get one, I told my mom. I actually told my mother too much stuff, and I think it drove her a little bit crazy because some of my siblings gave my mom a headache with sneaking around and doing stuff and lying and sneaking out the house, where I would be like, the first time I smoked weed, I went home and cried and said, Mom, I smoked weed today. And she was like, oh my God, girl. Oh, you want to do it again? I'm like, no, because I threw up. The first time I smoked a cigarette, I ran home and said, Mom, I smoked a cigarette. She's like, okay, are you going to do it again? I'm like, no. The first time, like everything I was a first for me, I ran and told my mom. So when I first started to really like a boy, I think I probably had to be like 16. Okay. And he was a little bit older than me, and I really liked him. And I'm like, okay, Mom, this is my boyfriend. And I started to hang out with him more. And then her thing was, tell your dad. I'm like, I'm not telling him nothing. My always was like, go talk to your dad about that. I'm not talking to that man. So he could take me to the altar and ask the ancestors.
If this man is for me.
So he could put the chalk marking on my head. I'm not asking my father nothing. Mom.
I hear that.
No, I'm not doing it. Like, no, he's not that type of daddy. You could go sit to and say, hey, Dad, guess what? I'm 16, but my boyfriend is about to be 20. And how do you feel about that? My father would be like, I'm putting him in a pot.
Yeah. I'm going to fold him like a piece of paper.
Yes, write his name down. I'm putting him in the pot. So I
Before
was
you know, it
fine.
disappears.
So I don't think I really became serious until starting liking boyfriends until I was about 16, 17. And that was my first real like what I thought was love. Um, and then instantly I my husband came around 19.
Oh wow.
And me and my husband though we went to school from age 10 up into high school.
Okay, so you knew each other quite
So
a
I
bit.
didn't have many boyfriends. I had like one boyfriend, one or two boyfriends before I met my reconnected with my husband. So I
Wow.
hadn't, and then that's why I say now this dating world is still fairly new to me
Yeah,
because I was with someone all of my 20s.
I hear you.
So where most girls had many boyfriends and was able to understand themselves, I never experienced that. And then I never went from having a boyfriend to going away to college. I went to local college. So I never experienced going from your parents' house to the independence of going to college and living by yourself. The moment me and my ex-husband got together and then we got pregnant at 22, um, he took me at my mom's house and I was living with him.
Mm.
So it went from mommy house to someone else's home. And I never, this part of my life, I've only, which I'm so proud of myself,
Come on now.
I've been adulting and doing this by myself for the last 5 years strong.
Mm.
And it feels good.
Mm.
Um, the first time me and my kids came, I'm probably jumping fast.
No, you're good. You're good.
Um, but that's was my dating life was
Are you
small.
sure? Mm.
I didn't, I had a teenage love affair with an older guy. He was my everything, and then it didn't work. And then I end up meeting my husband again, like reconnecting with him. I had a cousin who just was like, "Oh, I got this guy I want you to meet," and I'm like, "Oh," she's like, "Oh, I know you just broke up with your boyfriend. I want you to meet this guy. He's so good looking. He just came home from college." Da, 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 da. And I'm like, "All right." And I was on my way to work. She's like, "Walk my way so you can see him. He's here." And I walked there. As he turned around, we both start laughing like, "I know
It's
you.
you.
Hello." And from there, it was just like we was inseparable. So I didn't
Mm.
have a vast dating life.
Mm.
So
What made you make a decision to get married at 19, or what made you say yes
well, we
at
didn't get
19?
married at 19. We got married in my
Oh,
mid 20s.
oh, okay, okay. So
So
you
I
guys
was
were
with my
together for
husband for
years.
20 years, but we was married probably for a totality of 8 of those years.
Wow. Okay. So you were together from 19 onwards up and
To
okay
31. I
to
left him when I
31.
was
Wow.
turning 31.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Wow. Okay. So at 19, okay, like I said, you had one or two relationships at 19. You met your then husband at the time. Um, I don't know if you can talk too much about it, but what was the what was a relationship like in the beginning? Because the early doors of a relationship. That's where the butterflies and all that stuff kick off. You know what I'm saying? Like,
It was.
mm,
He was my best friend.
mm,
I knew him. I knew him as the. So when I was growing up, I was a nerd.
mm,
I wore glasses. I wore baggy clothes. I didn't really show my figure that much. And growing up, at the time I grew up, it's such a difference how body played a role in the type of girl you liked. Because growing up, guys like boobs. They didn't
mm,
like butts. So like if you
mm,
had a butt, they called you fat. It was weird. Like they were like, nobody wants a butt. Like they wanted you to be slim, and then guys was obsessed with breasts. And I remember my girlfriends who had bigger breasts. I used to be envious, and I used to want to like stuff my bra. I used to want to stuff my bra or wear two bras because I'm like, I want to give that type of effect too, because that's what the guys growing up
Go on in.
liked.
Yeah.
And then it was moving into going into, well, as we got older, it was they liked the whole thing. But growing up, I was this nerd who was just like skinny up and down, and my ex-husband, he was the jock of the school. So
Mm.
all the girls liked him. All
Wow.
the girls liked him. He was this jock. He was muscle bound. He had the waves. At first he had the
Jeez.
cornrows, then he had the waves. So he was very popular. And although we ran in the same circle because I was a cool kid, and the funny thing is I didn't smoke weed. Not that I think anything wrong with whatever anybody does. I never smoked weed. I didn't drink. I didn't do any of those things. I still don't to this day. But my crew that I hung out with did, but they always would be, they never called me a square. They would let me roll with them and would just be like, nobody say nothing about Aisha, because they didn't call me Aisha, they call me Aisha. Nobody say nothing about Aisha. She good. Aisha's good. She's good. And so me and him, of course, we ran in the same circle, so we knew each other, but I'm the nerd. He's the jock. So I'm this up and down figure. He went for all the girls that was more busty. And by time him and I reconnected, by the time we ran each other when I was turning 19, I have now filled out, honey.
Come on.
I have now filled out.
I can't even look because Dante gonna kill me, so I have to tell her, hey.
But now, all of the boys, it's so funny because all the guys that I grew up with was like, as they start to
Where'd
see
you come from?
the block, they're like,
you ain't no friend no more.
Aisha, what's up? Aisha. I'm like, because ain't none of y'all was checking for me. Bones. Get ahead with that noise. I don't got the glasses no more. Sis is like, sis has flourished. Sis has became a butterfly. Stop it. You cannot talk to me no more. So when him and I met, he definitely too was just like, wait, the glasses is good. And I was still a baddie, but I was not like as out there as some of my other friends.
Yeah.
I still was fly. I still knew how to dress, but I wasn't just out there. Like I definitely was a little bit more reserved. And my homegirls from around my way, they was cool. We was cool. We was cool girls. We was the it crowd. Everybody wanted to hang out with us. We was fun. So meeting him and just getting that with him, he was my best friend. You familiar? I know you. Hello, how are you? You know, shared a lot of childhood memory stories from the block and from school. And I remember you just used to look at me. You didn't sit next to me at the lunch table. You wasn't checking for me. And when they was throwing spitballs, you threw one at me too. You know? And he was like, nah, because so we knew each other. And so it was very comforting.
Yeah.
And I used to bartend, and he used to at this like restaurant, and he would come, and I'm not bartend as much as liquor, but the barista. Yeah. So I made, and he would come and like pick me up and walk me from the train, and so we got more and more acquainted, and then he ended up leaving his college and coming to local college with me.
Wow.
And we was stuck. And we was stuck like glue, and it was. I always say it was good till it was good. It was good while it was good, and then when it wasn't, it wasn't. But
at that point, did I don't know if your dad was alive at the time. So, if he was alive, what was his thoughts towards?
When I got pregnant, my dad used to always say, "You lay down and make a baby, you better pack your stuff and go somewhere." Whoever got you pregnant better be able to take care of you, because you're not gonna be in this house pregnant, unwed, and thinking you're gonna just be running up in here pregnant because you did some adult stuff. You adult now, you a big girl, put your big girl panties on. So when I first found out I was pregnant at 22, I was definitely scared. So I instantly came home. I thought I was sick at first. I was popping Tylenol, taking NyQuil. I'm taking everything to stop this flu, what I thought was a flu. And I'm like, why can't I shake this cold? And he's bringing me stuff, and I'm taking stuff. And I'm just like, why can't I shake this cold? And I went to the doctor, and they had took blood and stuff, and they said, oh, it's not a cold, it's a baby. And I said, it's a who?
And a what?
And a what?
And a when?
And a when? And a how? I know, because I practice, we practice safe sex. So it definitely, it had to be one oops moment, because I don't recall. And I was just like, wow.
Damn.
And I think he always says he knows when it was. He said it was a time I told him I was breaking up with him, and then and then it was like a spontaneous moment. He kept saying, I was saying to him, I'm breaking up with you. This is not, you're not doing. And then we just had like a spontaneous moment, and he's like, he said, I talked to them and I was like, get her pregnant. She's staying with us. And I was like, you ain't shit. He always tell me that. He was like, I'm telling you, I know the day you got pregnant. I know it. He's like, I'm telling you, I was not letting you leave me. And I was like, talking to myself like, we getting her pregnant today. And I'm like, ain't this about a bitch? And I got pregnant. And I literally did not find I was pregnant for almost a month. So that's why I couldn't place that one time to then, because I didn't have any symptoms for about 2 weeks. And then when I started getting symptoms, I started getting nauseous. And then that's when I could say, why am I sick? And at this point, I'm already a month and some change pregnant.
Come on. Yeah.
So I couldn't pinpoint like, dang, we didn't use condom now, because he knew I didn't play at that. Because remember I told you I didn't want to be a mom. So for me, protection was a big thing.
Of course.
So that I'm like, okay, that one time had not resulted to me being pregnant. Like, come on, a month ago. But, and the thing with me, some people's like, what about your menstrual? I never had regular menstrual since I was a little girl. My menstrual would sometimes leave for a whole year and come back. Because I ran track. I was athletic. So they said, so my pediatrician and my doctor used to always say to me that sometimes can contribute to the off and on cycles and also your diet. So I was a picky eater. I didn't eat much. I didn't get much sleep. I always was moving. I was a teenager. I worked 2 jobs. I was always moving. I barely ate. Story of my life to this very day, anybody who know me. So sometimes I will miss periods even when I started to get it when I was a young girl. When I got my first period at 15, and it would come and leave for a year and then come back out of nowhere. So when it happened into my adult years, it never was something for me to worry about. So I never had to, I didn't say, oh, I missed my period, I'm pregnant. I'm like, okay, sometimes it comes, sometimes it goes anyway. And then I'm not one of those girls who bleed for 7 days, thank God. Like, I know this is a little graphic, but if you guys want to know Aisha, I'm telling you who Aisha is and how I became a mommy. 2 to 3 days tops, and I'm done. You know, hallelujah. I'm not one of those people that curl up in the ball in the corner like I hate the world. That is not me. I've never experienced that with my menstrual. So I'm sorry to the women who experienced that. I've never experienced that with that. So it definitely was a shock when I became a mom. And the moment the doctor handed us the paper saying you're pregnant, he was like, you're going to come live with me. And we literally went to the supermarket, got some boxes from C-Town, and we went to my house and started packing. And my mother was out the house. My father kept saying, what are you doing? I was just like, when mommy gets home, I'll tell you. When mommy gets home, my son, he just kept saying, what are you doing? What are you doing? And he called my mother like, this girl's packing her stuff saying she's leaving. And I could just say, when mommy gets here, I will tell you both together. And he's downstairs and I'm like packing my stuff, my one room. And I'm like taking the box downstairs. And he's sitting in the car and he's nervous. And my father is just sitting there fuming like, what is happening? And my siblings is like, Isha, you leaving? Isha, you really leaving? Isha, you really leaving? Isha, you leaving? And I'm like, yeah. And then my mother came rushing home and was just like, what's happening? And I'm just like, okay, so you guys said if you have a baby, you gotta go. I'm having a baby. And then I remember my mother started to cry. I started to cry. And I expected my dad to blow up, which shocked me. He didn't blow up. I remember he was upset, but he said he's moving you to his own house, into his own apartment. I said, yes. He said, do you love him? I said, I believe so. He said, does he have a good job? I said, yes. For the age we are, yes. He's like, okay. And he's just like, okay. And then he took me to the side. And this is the one time. Because my dad was always rough with me. He was there. He was a dad. He was there. But just the one time, he was soft with me. And he said, remember to stack your own. Always keep a nest tucked away of your own. And if you have to come back, you can. And I'm like, what? And I didn't expect that from my dad. I didn't expect that from him. I did not expect it from him because he's always been such this African dad that's been tough from the Bronx, New York. So I didn't expect him. His Dante to the rest.
Thank you, Dante.
He always, I need to leave a box of Kleenex and I do these damn interviews. Yeah. Freaking no, I'm
Bless you,
emotional.
Dante. Bless you.
Freaking emotional wreck. God, I'm a freaking cry baby.
It's okay. You're allowed to cry.
But
Cry
it's
is
my
good for us.
life. It's real. And I moved in with him. And life seemed to be good. And it was good. And I lost that kid.
Oh, sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that.
Oh, and that's the scene you saw me share with Phil. And
what did that do to you?
I say to everybody, I'm healed and healing. And I said this in another interview. This is the part of me that I don't think I can give you guys yet. Not just yet.
That's cool.
Not just yet. I promise you. I know you guys want me to step in this role of this fertility with you guys.
That's calm.
Not yet. Let me keep this part for me just a little bit longer. I still have some shit to work through that with myself. People are calling for me to talk more about fertility issues. Just give me grace with that part of my story. Just give me, I give y'all so much of me. Just give me a little bit of grace just for that part of my story, okay?
You're good.
And I promise you guys, I'll circle back.
You're good.
And I promise y'all, I'll circle back.
You're good. Don't worry.
But losing a kid is not the easiest story to tell. So just let me keep that part to myself just a little bit more.
That's fine. We appreciate it. Good time. Whew. It's a tough one. We'll give her a minute or two just to, I want to let her recalibrate with Dante. Ooh, Chile. It gets deep. It gets deep. It gets deep. It gets deep. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Man. Whew. It's not easy out here. It's not easy. So, audience, thank you for, showing compassion as well. Really appreciate that. These are tough subjects and deep subjects as well. So, I appreciate you guys' compassion and understanding on this subject. Oh, we'll take our time. Whew. So let's take in. I think from my perspective, I think on this end, when you interview people, you don't know you don't know everybody's story. We see them on Ready to Love, we see them on TV shows. We don't know anybody's story. We only see what the show shows us, right? So we make our judgments off that. But when you get to see people being vulnerable, sharing their life stories with you, you honor that by listening. And it's hitting me, man. You know what I mean? It's even hitting me. I'm trying to, you know what I mean? I'm trying to even hold it down and, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, it's a lot. All right. Okay. Aisha, you're right. Oh, I've muted you. My bad.
It says it's muted.
Yeah, we're back on. We can hear you now. We're back on. Appreciate
Sorry.
it, Aisha. No. Sis, I respect the fact that that's an area you want to keep, and it's tough. So I'm not asking to press any deeper for that. I appreciate you sharing. You know what I mean?
I'm sorry, y'all.
There's no need to say sorry. There's no need to say sorry. These are real conversations, they're real thoughts, your real feelings, and I honor that. Do you know what I mean? So don't worry about that, sis. You don't have to apologize for that. It's okay. Take your time.
I said I was gonna.
Take your time.
So what I mean when I say I don't want to. I've did the work to not be strong and tough because before I wouldn't ever tell my story. And that episode when you heard me tell and feel my story and I broke down was because it was posed to me like, it was the pressure of why don't you want to have a kid? Why don't you want to have a kid? You keep saying you don't want to have a kid, but you have children. Da, 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 da. And I'm like, I don't know you men. So why is the conversation of children constantly coming up like if I'm going to leave when we're here with one of you guys and have you guys baby tomorrow? But then I'm like, okay, but this is if we're here to date intentionally, Aisha, and you've been intentional thus far, and this is part of their journey that they want to be fathers. You have to be transparent. And Phil was a trusting space for me. I have shared things with him and I have told him things over our many talks. And the cameras was there, but they weren't there. Um, and I appreciate him to this day for allowing me to vent and be honest with him and not holding it against me. And even taking it back to the group as no, there's reason behind this woman not saying she doesn't want kids. So I want her to stay here. And I want to see what this journey may look like with her. And it's part of my story that I'm still working on.
I appreciate I appreciate you sharing as much as you did. Like I said, we respect the fact that you hold that boundary and we honor that. So don't ever apologize for having that boundary. You know what I mean? It's for us to respect your boundaries. So you don't need to apologize on this side. Don't have to apologize.
I know it's so many women that's in my DM like, please talk about it more. We need you. You talked about surviving domestic violence, but talk about your fertility journey. I'm working on that space with you guys.
But it's a pressure. You don't need to put your pressure on that. Yeah, Aisha, you know what I'm saying? You have to, the right time for you is the right time for everybody else. Do you know what I'm saying? So you don't have to have that pressure on you to do that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It'll come a time when you're ready to do that. You will do that. In the meantime, do what you need to do. What works best for you. And we're here to support you as well. Do you know what I mean?
Thank you so much.
No, that's cool, man. That's cool. Since you spoke about Phil, let me change the course a little bit. Since you spoke about Phil, let's talk a little bit about Ready to Love. You know, why did you decide to go on to Ready to Love? Huh? Aisha, why did you decide to go on to Ready to Love?
I didn't decide. I had a girlfriend who urged me and she sent me just a random text message. And it was an application, and I opened it, and it's like Ready to Love application. And I'm like, girl, what is this? So I texted her, like, what's this? And she was like, fill it out and send it in. I'm like, what is it? So then she called me, and she's like, oh, it's a reality dating show. I tried out, but I didn't get on. But the spirit is telling me that it belongs to you. And I'm like, girl, you know I don't watch TV. And you know, let alone reality TV. Like, I started watching Housewives probably 6 years ago. Like, when Nene was off. I don't even remember. I don't know none of those things no more because I started to feel like TV was poisoning and warping my perception of some things. So, and I also felt like sometimes I come home and I was sitting in front of the TV and I wouldn't get work done because I was caught into the shows. So I just decided to take the TV out of my room, different, balancing and giving my kids certain times to watch TV too. So I'm not familiar with Ready to Love. I've never watched it. I didn't know how popular the show is. This show has a strong fan base, really strong, especially the aunties. Especially the aunties on Facebook, they go in, and then amongst you guys, I never heard of you. Respectfully, your show. I've learned about you and all bloggers and the whole YouTube thing. And so this whole world is still an adjustment to me. So I'm not knowing about this. And she's like, no, it should be you. I'm like, no, I'm good. She sent it the next 2 days later, sent it back again. Like, please fill this out. The spirit is on me hard. And I'm like, girl, I don't want to do this, girl. I'm not going on reality TV. And the thousands of things that's going to go in, why would they choose me? And she's like, are you freaking kidding me? Like, you're gorgeous. You a boss. I'm like, no.
Come on now.
So the final time she sent it to me, I literally was at the doctor again. My kids, they check up for school. And she sent it again. Like, Aisha, if you don't fill us out, the spirit kept me up. Like, tell Aisha, it's for you. I'm telling you. So I filled it out just to humor her.
Of course.
And Lala means called me the next day. It's like, hi, did you fill it out? And I'm sleeping. I finally took a day for work. I'm sleeping. And I'm like, who? I'm like, LA number? I'm like, who is this? And she's like, no, I'm a scouting agent for Owen and Will Packer. And I'm sad to say I didn't even know who Will Packer was. And I feel ashamed to not even know who he was. Because I love Girls Trip.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, what? So when I Googled who he was, but I didn't tell her I didn't know who he was. As she's telling his name, I'm Googling Will Packer. And I'm like, oh. We all know who Oprah is. but who is this Will Packer man? And then I'm like, okay, Oprah and Will Packer. Okay, that's a big deal then. Now I'm like, wait, well, this is a big deal then. Well, this is a big deal. And then so she said, can you have a moment to go through the process with me, like a brief interview?
Mm-hmm.
And I agreed, and she walked me through it. She asked me a couple of questions, and she was like, I love it. She said, send me your IG. I sent her my IG. She looked at my pictures like, oh my God, girl, you got flavor. Da, 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 da. Like, and I'm like, did you go further into my things? Girl, I'm tatted up. I got a body sleeve. And she's like, oh, what? I'm like, girl, I'm tatted from my quarter cap sleeves down my back, down my ribs, down to my knees. And she's like, for real? I'm like, I don't think that's Oprah.
She gonna say that's perfect, isn't it?
She said, it's perfect. She saw me, she went to my page and she saw me on like a jet ski in Miami, and all my tattoos are showing, and she was like, yes, you are the flavor that we need. And I was like, okay. And I'm like, and I'm bald, and I wear blonde hair. Like, you, like, I don't even know what this show is about, but you sure for, because I'm thinking Oprah. I'm thinking like, what, a dating show for Oprah? I'm thinking clean cut men. Like, I'm like, who? Like, I don't fit that, that description. I know I'm a beautiful woman. I know I'm intelligent. I know I'm a boss. I run my own business. But I'm not thinking, you're not thinking Love and Hip Hop when you think Oprah. Where,
exactly.
My look, quote unquote, will probably match more of that.
Love and Hip Hop, I get you saying.
Like that vixen type woman who goes down, Fifth Avenue with the shopping bag, like, so yeah, I'm giving whiplash.
Whiplash.
So I was just thinking Oprah, you think of a more mature audience.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying, me being 38, me being my aesthetic that I am, I didn't think Oprah and me matched. So I just was like, you sure I'm the one? That's why I made sure I let her know what she was getting. And she loved it. And from there, I end up doing my Zoom calls with all the other producers and scouting agents. And once they all saw me, just kept saying, they just was like, you're gorgeous. Oh my God, I never seen a face like yours before. Oh my God, like, oh, you're beautiful. Oh my God. And then they started to talk to me. They just was like, you are just such a breath of fresh air. And you're funny, you're witty, your intellect is just there. Like, you have everything. Like, why are you single? I'm like, because these men play too much. They play too much. They want me to take them on a date, honey. I'm not doing that. I don't know. Dante could tell you, I done took him out on dates like, get what you want, baby. Add that vegan.
Add on my carb, baby.
I'm like, add that vegan dish.
Is that risotto you want?
Get him that risotto. Get him two. Get him that vegan risotto. Add two in it. Mama got it. So I am not, even when you hear me saying that I want my man to take care of me, I'm not opposed to making sure my man is good too. But when you initially start dating, you want the courtship of a man.
Yeah.
To court the female. Hey, I like you. I think you're beautiful. May I take you out? Hey, I made reservations here. Would you like to join me? That is what I'm looking for.
Come on now.
So the guys that's looking for you to chase them, what I experienced coming into the DMV was like, me make the reservations? Okay. This is new, but I don't want to participate in them reindeer games. So I'm good. So I just started to focus on myself and just focus on building my business. I'm in a new area. My name is not a buzz here. I was a buzz in New York. I worked for everyone from BT, VH1, Viacom. I did a lot of stuff with Fashion Week. So my accolades is long, but my accolades is long in New York. So coming here in the DMV, I have to reestablish myself. So I think that's what happened. I ended up just throwing myself face first and becoming a name for myself here and making sure everybody knew who Pink Dolly Glam was. And so the dating aspect of it fell by the wayside. And then the guys, this wasn't sticking. I joined POF, which I learned that it was not really plenty of fish, but plenty of fucks. And I was just like,
yes.
And I was like, oh my God, I don't want to be on this site if that's what this gives. And so I definitely was like, nope, I'm out of here. Then one of my clients was like, well, join Bumble. And then Bumble wasn't given. I was like, what's happening here? And it was just like, no. It was just a no as a no. And the one guy that I thought I was interested on POF, I met him at a place and he walked in looking like Eddie Kane Jr. So from the 5R beats. And that was not the picture you put up, sir. So I'm mad now. So I just got catfished and I'm
It's a lie for me.
Because on his profile, if he said he was 6'6", he had this wavy hair, he was really chiseled.
Come on.
I'm like, oh my God, I'm sending his picture, his profile to my cousin. I told him, send me a picture of your license plate, everything. I meet him at this bar, and I'm sending a bar, and I'm waiting for him. And literally, is there a heart? Is there a heart in the house tonight? Stand up. Like, that's who came floating in. Look at the show. You remember the scene where Eddie came like, I can still sing.
Dang it.
Eddie still got it. Eddie King still got it. He literally looked like that.
Jerry Coles.
Like, he literally looked like that. And I was like, what is happening? So me and my cousin has this code, like, abort mission, like, sis, cousin, call me and say you can't watch my kids and I gotta come. And that's what happened. And I gave him like 5 minutes because I didn't want to be rude. And he starts to tell me how he has 3 kids all the same age, because he said he had 3 women pregnant at the same time when he was 14.
Damn.
And then he said the reason why he's sick is because one of those children is suffering from a brain aneurysm and is about to pass. Damn. So he can't eat. So I'm like, this is why are you on a dating app?
It's too much too soon.
That's a lot. That is too much. How are you coming on a dating app when one of your children I'm like, I pray your kid is okay. But why are you here, sir? He's just like, because he's trying to explain why his look looks so drastic. He's like, I cannot eat. I can't sleep. Why are you here then? You can't. So at that point, my mind was blown. Like, what are you looking for? What are you looking for a woman? Because you can't come in here and say, I have 3 kids, 6 grandkids, and one of my kids is dying. And one of my daughters is pregnant right now with my 7th grandkid.
Damn.
I was like, now listen here. I can get past some things, but baby, what do you like to say? Chile. Not that. I was just blown. And so, like, I think it probably like 5-10 minutes. And then I text my cousin again, like, no, I'm past not being rude. I got to get out of here. And I never saw him again. And I instantly deactivated my thing. And I was like, I'm done. This is weird. These men are weirdos. What is going on? And I'm just like, I can't. And then I started to date someone, probably a little while past that. I ended up meeting someone, and he was like, he wined me, he dined me, he gave me the gifts, the expensive stuff. He could fly me places, he could take me out, he could do all those things. But what I learned with that relationship was it felt good to get all these things, but my ex-husband took care of me completely. I never had to pay for bills and stuff. He took care of me. What I learned from that, being in a different type of taking care of, where literally a guy is saying, like, here's a lump sum of money, here, do this as you please, have fun with this as you, and it's like, whoa, okay. Now I'm finally getting to know what Aisha likes. I'm in my early 30s. I'm like, okay, dating is gonna be fun for me. There's gonna be no commitment because I'm learning what dating looks like. And this is gonna be fun. I'm being like I said, I want to get flued out and I want to have fun. And it was definitely a fun relationship. But what I learned is it lacked love. And I'm full of love.
Where did they fly you out to? I don't know.
we went a lot of places. We went to Miami. We went to Jamaica. Like he just would be. But that's the thing too, is he would call and say, get on a plane. And I'm a mommy. So my life wasn't conducive for what that looked like.
Yeah.
And then bigger thing is, it was a party atmosphere, the life. So we go into parties and stuff where it's people drinking and stuff, and I don't drink. So when somebody is constantly saying to me, "Here, have a cup," no, I don't. Peer pressure doesn't work for me. I'm grown. No, I don't want to drink.
I don't drink either.
So the lifestyles didn't make sense for who I am. So yeah, it's not a problem for me to get men. It's not a problem for me to get men who want to take care of me. That has never been the issue since I started to date again. Because when I left my husband at 31, I didn't date again until I was going on 35, 34, going to 35.
So 3-4 years.
Yeah. Like 3 years. It's because I was at that point when I was still in New York, I was in therapy heavy, and so was my kids. My kids was also on a journey of healing, and they was going to therapy with their dad.
Wow.
My ex-husband was going to therapy because remember I said our marriage ended because of domestic violence.
Yeah.
So he was going to therapy. He was going to therapy. Instead of asking for jail time, I asked for DV reform, which was him getting therapy. I didn't believe in putting my children's father in jail no matter what he did to me. I wanted to have a healing home and healthy children. So I opted for that instead. So he had to go to therapy. He had to go to I asked the family court to give therapy for my kids with him. Then my kids had separate therapy. Then I had DV therapy as a victim who experienced it. Wow. So at this point, why am I dating? I'm not dating leaving somebody at 31 who went through this traumatic experience and then jumping back into somebody else's bed. Am I doing it? I don't even know what the hell I want. 12 years, almost 12 years with somebody. What the hell am I looking like laying with the next person? So it didn't make sense. So after all of those healing parts happened, and then I dated and started to say, okay, this baby steps, and then I'm experiencing different men, and then I took a hiatus, and then here came Ready to Love. So going on this Ready to Love journey is why you guys could now see this Aisha. Because that journey happened, that healing, years of therapy. What happened? How this happened? What did you contribute? Accountability. This happened. Why did you let it happen? Okay, I did that. Oh, I contributed to that. Okay, you should dig deeper. Oh, your dad was there, but you wanted him to be softer. So now you're looking for a man. You wanted to validate your father. So you wanted to stay with this man because your father told you that only the man who he approves will be the one who you stay with forever. All these things, all these things, all these things. Dig deeper, Aisha. Why did that happen? Why did you stay? Why did you stay? Why did you stay? When it fell apart in the first crack of the fist, why did you stay? I had to dig for those answers. Jumping from that into another man's bed would have made absolutely no sense. That's why I can sit before you healed and healing. And that's why you guys saw such a vulnerable but strong Aisha on your TV screen, because it was not an act. It was all me. I've been through too much shit to sit there and pretend for anybody. My action, my tongue that I'm speaking to existence, the life that I am cultivating and curating for myself is going to be one of abundance and a one of love. I have no time to fake the bullshit for anybody. I was sure that my calling that my father told me that once will be called for was going to be my mission moving forward. I was going to tell women that this is what it looks like to love yourself. This is what it looks like to walk away from some shit just to not to please people, and walk away and keep your pride and keep your love and keep yourself and keep your stuff. And then move it into a new experience with somebody. Fix you. Man or woman, fix you. Fix your kids. Fix your kids. Kids going through a divorce is a big thing. They blame themselves.
Yeah.
I had to move. All those parts had to be well greased. All you worked smooth, moved smooth before I even entertained a man. I didn't even remember what I liked to be touched. I didn't remember how I liked to be kissed. I didn't remember any of those things. I had to figure out what part of my body felt good. I had to explore that of myself before I was going to let any man do anything to me. When I was sure of those things, then I started to date.
Okay.
And then moving forward, I said, okay, I'm gonna have fun with this dating experience. This is going to be fun for me. Dating is going to look like fun. Remember, I was my husband 19 to lead into 31, a decade and some change. All of my 20s were all of you. So remember, I said everybody was out popping and locking and dropping it in their 20s, and I was with 2 babies on my titty and cooking something on the skillet for my husband. So that's the real of it. I was a mommy. I nursed both of my children. I was a mother. I was in the house cooking and cleaning and making sure my family was together. So when I started to date, it was going to be fun for me. But in the funness, I had to realize at a certain point in the fun and being flued out, this is fun. But remember when I said I didn't want to be a mother and a wife? You never know what you want until you get it. I missed that. That instantly made sense. I missed that. So this being flown out, these gifts, these are all nice. I want it from the man who can't get enough of me. I want it from the man that when he walks through that door and looks at me, I'm the best thing since sliced bread.
Come on. The sliced bread is good.
I want it from the man who I am his breath of fresh air. Not from the man who can give that to every girl because his money is long. So my newfound self and my new healing self, I needed to go through that fun phase because I'm not gonna lie to y'all, it was fun. I was on trips. I had fun. I got the freaking Christian Dior bags. I got the red bottoms. I got all of those things that I can get for myself, by the way. But what was missing? Something. So now let's go do a little bit more work, Aisha. You had this fun part, got it. You explored this fun part. Now what? You enjoyed being a wife. Don't lie to yourself and say you didn't. Stop saying you don't want relationships because your heart was broken. All of us. This relationship didn't work. My heart is broken. So now fuck every relationship. I ain't never giving it a chance. I don't want to do this again. I ain't never loving nobody again. I wish I would cook for somebody again. Why? You're missing out on the beauty of love and falling in love. So I knew instantly, I'm going to speak out loud. I want to be a wife again. I want this. So I experienced this fun. Now I'm to be on track with what I want to align myself with. We on Ready to Love. I tried to date with the POS, so now that didn't work. I took some time for myself. Now Ready to Love. I don't know why the spirit told my girlfriend to give it to me, but for whatever reason, I was supposed to be on you guys' screen in front of you guys' face. For whatever reason, you were supposed to experience me because I don't feel like nothing is by accident. Everything is by design. And then here we are. I'm before you. I'm sure of who I'm dating. I'm intentionally dating. Remember, it's not about me not getting a man. I'm not on Ready to Love because I can't get somebody. It's not about the quantity. It's about the quality. And when I went back and watched the Ready to Love, and I said, okay, this seems interesting. They vetted some good men. Okay, I could get behind this. This seems good. Okay, Mike, you tall. Okay, I see you. Okay, Jay, I see you. Ooh, okay, these are some good looking. Okay, all these things. Okay, this I can get behind this. And I walked on you guys' screen, all red with blonde hair and tattoos, and y'all judged me. Y'all said she gonna be the troublemaker.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm gonna say, like I said, Dante, I definitely judged you, sis.
I said and she gonna be the troublemaker.
She gonna be out here triggering people, shooting fingers. I said she gonna be shooting fingers. I said it. I said she gonna be up in here and she gonna be doing this.
She look like she's gonna be a troublemaker.
I said she gonna look like I did. I said she gonna look like she about to be doing this to people. But I got the wrong one. I got the wrong one.
And now y'all love me. And now you can't get enough of me.
I ain't gonna lie to you. At first, I said on my live, I said, I don't know about this one, guys. I think she's gonna be triggering this and up in here. And I think by the second or third episode, I was like, I never saw her coming.
And it's
like
okay.
that.
It's okay. People gonna judge a book until they read it, right?
Yeah, it's true.
They're gonna judge a book until they read it. And I didn't go in, and I think one of the just jumping a little bit ahead, I think what I felt like some women may have walked on, maybe not walked in there with this attitude that I'm a shit. Or everybody gonna work me. And although I'm very confident and I am a little cocky because I'm from New York, baby, you know, and I'm gonna make them break their neck, but I'm a realist. That aesthetic does matter. And although I'm a beautiful woman, I'm curvy, I'm sexy, I'm sensual, I'm all these things, it still can be a lot. It can either intimidate a man or pull a man in.
Yeah.
So I was real with that. I may get some, I may not. And then I knew not wanting a kid may be a strikeout. Because I remember the last season, Mike kept saying he want twins. I'm like, ain't nobody getting no twin out of me. So this is what these men coming with. They want twins and triplets, and they want you pregnant on day 2. I'm not the girl for you. So I came in with a real mind and a real, like, just be you, Aisha. And if you go home, sis. It's all right. But what I knew for certain and for sure, I was not coming in there to be nasty. I didn't sign up for Love and Hip Hop. I don't watch it. I don't subscribe to any of that. Nothing wrong with that show. I'm just saying that's the reference point that I want to say because we know that
that show was
type of activity happened.
Yeah.
I didn't sign up for that. I signed up for a mature audience to view us. I signed up to be on a network and be a part of a journey that was going to take me down a path to potentially finding a mate. I'm not here to be friends with nobody. I'm not here to be catty with anybody. I'm not here. I say it. My last interview, I'm going to keep screaming this. At the very most, you guys are going to see a mature Black woman who's healed and healing and knows what love looks like, knows how to give love, and is going to stand in her love. I'm going to hold you accountable. I'm going to be accountable, and that's it. I'm not here to be in nobody's face. I'm not here to be playing no games. I'm not here to play ring around a rosy with nobody. I like you. Let's see what this look like. If not, let's keep it moving. I'm not kikiing. I'm not high-high-ing. I'm not doing none of that. I'm not doing no catty mess. I'm not doing that. At the very most, we're going to show them what Black beauty looks like on TV. And not just the aesthetic, what Black beauty looks like in your heart. They paint the picture of us too much. That's why everybody discards us. That's why everybody on TV says we ghetto, we loud, we want to fight, we're going to throw hands, we're going to pull wigs, we're going to pull each other weaves out. That's because we're giving it to them. Let me show up and show you something different. And let me show up and show my kids
something different.
What their mama looks like, ready to step into love again. Because they've been itching and urging me, Mom, when are you going to find somebody? So let's do this, and let me do this for me and mine.
Okay, I love that. So you came into the show hot, ready, and prepared. Okay, hot, ready, and prepared. You get there. You're on the show now. Let's just talk first off the first day that you get there. You guys, I know you guys come up in different times when you actually come into the mixer. First day you get into the mixer, who catches your eye first of all? You get in there, who's catching your eye? Just your eye. Who's catching your eye, Aisha?
Well, me and Carrington Carrington was the first male.
Okay.
And then I was the first female.
Okay.
So Carrington initially was the first guy I saw. Oh, very handsome, well put together, but he definitely looked younger to me.
Yeah, I understand.
And I like a certain look. So I like a more mature look and I like a certain build. But nevertheless, he was very good looking. As all the men and the rest of the women start to pour in, Frank was what I usually like. Big old guy. Big beard type of guy. And then his voice. I keep saying every interview, I'm like, Frank in that goddamn voice. Sorry,
nice
baby.
Voice.
Frank in that damn voice. And it was his voice that got me. I heard him introduce himself to somebody, and I was just like, then I was like, hello. And he was like, I'm trying to get to know you. I'm trying to talk to you. So we step over to the side, and that was the exchange that you saw him and I have. And we talked a little bit about kids and our tattoos, and he didn't have any, and then we just exchanged. And then he told me, and then as we started to talk a little bit more, he told me then that he was from Ghana.
Okay.
I don't think it made it to the air, but I was just like, Well, you
West
better
Africa
get that
connection.
African man.
Yeah.
Better get him, brother. I like him big, chocolate, and from Africa.
Trust me, baby.
Yes, I was like, you better get ahead. And so I think that was the instant attraction. And we both couldn't stop smiling. He has a big old smile, and so do I. And we just kept smiling. We just kept smiling. I was like, hey, you're making me show all my damn teeth.
Come
And
on.
I think, and that was it. It was literally Frank. And I think what followed after was Walter. I thought Walter was really like dapper and put together. And although Walter came in before him, I really didn't get a chance to talk to him. But when I talked to him, I was just like, oh, okay. And then everybody else, it was like, I think, but instantly my instant attraction was Frank as far as aesthetics go.
Okay. Who did you have a good conversation with in the mixer? Who would you say, aside Frank, who would you say you had a good conversation with in the mixer?
Lamont.
Wow.
Lamont.
Okay. He didn't spit no rap to you?
Yes, he did spit the rap.
Oh, Lamont.
He did spit the rap stuff to me, but that what you also didn't see was I also said a poem to him too. So
Okay,
we
fair
did.
enough.
I'm a poet. I write poetry. I've been
we can
writing
tell.
poetry since I was a little girl. I actually been published before my poetry stuff.
Come on now.
We definitely was like spitting stuff back and forth to each other. And I think you saw like I was at that point, I was still like as confident as I am. I still was like, man, I was a little nervous. And I was able to tell that to him. I was able to tell him that, like, I was a little nervous today. He was like, you was like, it's okay. Well, you here, we here. And I'm like, yeah, we are. And so I think with Lamar, I had like one of the best conversations with.
Love that. Okay. So Lamont was doing bits out here,
He was.
Come on now.
I really wish the first date thing, the first elimination, day one thing should not happen.
Yeah, we said this.
I think you get to miss the beauty of people. And I guess they premise to set up with us a little bit. And Lamont, I think, would have been a great addition to it. You guys getting to see their personalities, because they are very like lively. So I think it should definitely happen probably on day 3 or week 1.
Yes, I said that's what. Yeah.
Like I think we should get a week of knowing each other and a week of mixers, and then the cuts
Then we
happen.
do that. Yeah, I think that's true.
Yeah.
I'm with that as well. Okay, cool. So after mixing now, we see a very strong connection with yourself and Frank. Tell us a little bit more about the connection with Frank and, what was the connection like? What were you two? I know you talked a little bit about Ghana and everything as well, but tell us a little bit more about your connection with Frank. What was it like and, your experience?
He was cool. He's a great business mind, and I'm a businesswoman. So listening to him talk about his business and his so that we had that in common. And I think with him and I, it was more physical than anything. I think I think he liked how I look. I think I enjoyed how he looked. And I think that's why it didn't go far, because I think once also with Frank, I love him. And I always tell my castmates the story that I tell about our past has nothing to do with our future. I think he is an amazing man. But in that journey, he didn't court me.
Okay.
So in that journey, he didn't court. I was very clear from jump that if the man didn't court me, I'm moving along. And we had great moments. You saw us at the Billard, and when we was having fun and we laughed and we had a great time. But I didn't get phone calls from him.
Oh, okay.
I didn't get phone calls from him. And then when we would see each other at our meetup spot, that's the only time we would talk. And then he'd say he's going to call me, and then he didn't. And so it was just like, okay, I'm not going to push for it. And I even asked him, like, if you really don't like me, you can move along. It's fine. So I think with him is just, I think that's what fizzled and popped for us.
Okay.
Is this the lack of consistency. But
Did it take long for you to notice? No, I wouldn't say. Yeah, did it take long for you to notice the lack of consistency? And
no. Nah, it didn't take long. When you're not calling me on day 1, and then day two, and then but then when I see you at meetups and then we talk, I was just like, okay, so I guess we just not doing this. And then he said life was happening for him, so I did give him that grace because I still was interested. So I gave him his grace. But then it didn't. There was no follow through. And again, I like to be courted. I like to know you're coming for me, and to know that you want me, and you assure me that you want me. I like the hey beautiful texts. I don't even recall getting text messages from Frank.
So all the things that we saw, we were thinking this is a strong connection up until a certain point, and we saw him getting kind of jealous when Sean came in.
But
Meanwhile, there was no
I
real.
think that at that point he's still like we were still speaking in the process. That's what we would speak, but we weren't speaking on the telephone.
Oh,
So when he would see me, especially because I still was interested in him, when he saw me and we at our meeting point, he would then be like, how are you doing? How you doing, boo? We would sit and we would talk. I'm having trouble and then understanding right now. No, Alexa, turn off. Sorry.
Alexa.
And we would talk at the meeting point and stuff, and then I was like, okay, and then he would explain that stuff is happening right now in his life, and so he apologized, and then I'll be like, okay, so then I will give him more room, but I was attracted to him. So what you saw for me was me genuinely being attracted to him. Like, okay, I'm gonna give it to him again, and then Frank is very charismatic too. So when we would see each other, he's all about you, and so then I'm like, okay, but then I was sure to not get caught up in the okie doke, and until I just was like, okay. I think by the time the pool party happened, I was really like, okay, I just don't want to play this game no more. And Phil and I at this point had been talking, and so had Dante and I. So at this point, they were consistent. Like Phil called me every morning. Phil called me like.
Who doesn't feel cool? Phil. Who don't you call, Phil? How do you have hours in the day? You're worse than Kyra. My God.
Phil called every morning. He would call me every morning. He was consistent. If he's not calling me, he didn't have iPhone, so we would duo. We would do duo, and we would duo on the phone, and we would talk, and we would laugh, and so his chase spoke more to what I was desiring.
Come on now.
And now, though, with Phil, his chase was what I desired, and going into deliberations and hearing all the women saying that he had the same chase, at that moment, it did not matter to me.
Okay.
Because it's early in the process. And even with Frank, maybe he had other connections that he wanted to pursue more than me. So I don't take it as he was being a bad guy and he was playing the game.
Of course.
He made the same way I had two other suitors on my line. He maybe was the suitor for other women too. So he maybe could not spread himself that thin. I don't know. It wasn't communicated to me. So I don't know what didn't keep him on my line. But I know that the way I want to be courted, he didn't show up in that way. So I then said, okay, let's just be friends. Let's just go ahead and go along the way. Seeing that scene with him with Sean, that even made me be like, okay, but he's a man. You guys are possessive. Like Aisha's mine. She was all about me. Now she on this man. Who is he? So that's just man ego. But Phil started to court me in how I wanted to be courted. And then hearing all the women say that Phil is on their line, I'm like, so what? We are in literally week 2. Y'all gotta relax. These guys.
How do you remain composed when I know it's only week 2, but how do you remain composed? Listen, I love Phil, but Phil was on everybody's line. Everybody comes on there. He's on everybody's line.
Have been in the beginning
between 5 and 9.
He was, but as he should have been in the beginning. It's you still wait. So remember, you put in a process. They say get to know everybody, get to know them, and then wind down. Now, if at weeks 5 and 6 if Phil was still on everybody's line, now Phil, you're the problem. Am I the villain? Am I the problem? Yes, you're the problem. At that point. But at week 1 and 2, he should be calling as many girls as he found interested to see who does not interest him anymore. Why are we on date? I hear people say, "Oh, if you like him, you like him." But essentially, the process is designed for us to date. and do what you normally would not do to then be able to walk away with somebody you could potentially love. So if he is saying, let me call Aisha, let me call Stia, let me call Dudu, let me call Shiloh, let me call her, let me call. If he's calling all of us and then he's making his connections, let that happen. It's week one. It's week one. For me, it made sense for me because I kept saying, I want a man that's sure he wants me.
I hear you.
I personally wanted a man who's sure he wants me. And I don't, it's week freaking two. Like, so what? He talked to you for 4 hours. So what? We're getting to know each other. You cannot be that invested in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I hear you.
It's just weird behavior for me. It's just weird. I literally, after my car accident, when I came back and people were crying over men after week one, I had to be like, is this really happening? We're crying for somebody this is a real show, right? Okay. Like, what is happening? But I can't, that's how somebody feels. That's how somebody feels. But for me, I was just like, wow, this is a lot. I just came back from a car accident. I don't know what the dynamic of a round table looks like. I'm in this thing hearing all these women talk about their feelings about the guys. And for me, it was like, some of the things they were saying, like, oh, he shouldn't be talking to her, that he should be talking to her. He should already have his top 4. He should already have his top 3. And I'm like, but why? Why should he have that so soon? And I know it's a 10-week process, but I felt like let them go through the process. If you force them, what's going to happen is they're going to choose you because of you forcing them and because they're trying to make it to the end. Versus it being a solid connection and you genuinely making it to the end and it was meant for you, it's meant for you. But guys, remember, we are not getting a brand new Jeep at the end of this. We're not getting a chest of money. We're not getting any of that. We are walking away with somebody that we're saying we want to spend time with, and hopefully this is our forever mate, if that can happen. So why would you want to force a connection versus genuinely, let me talk to him, let me talk to her. I don't like what she said today, but let me see what it looked like tomorrow. Oh, I wanted to talk to you for 2 hours, but for her, I wanted to talk to her for 5 hours. I like how it felt when I talked to you more at night, but I liked how I talked to her at morning and night. I just was more inclined to talk to her at morning. Let men do what they want to do because then they'll show you them true selves. If you're saying to him right off the bat, listen, I'm your connection, you telling you like me, I don't want you on the phone with Aisha.
Come on, hallelujah. Preach, sis.
I don't want you on the phone with her for. Why did you call her and me? Why am I going to the round table and I'm hearing 5 girls say you talked to them today? That's a problem for me. He's like, hold up, pump your brakes. You ain't even my girl. None of us are girlfriend and boyfriend at this time.
It's bewildering, sis.
You're not my girl. You ain't got the right to tell me who I can talk to the phone and how many people I can talk to on the phone. So pump your brakes. Got it. I'm turned off. Now, how about I don't call you no more? Now you scrapping to find a guy to hold on to. Like, that's why I just let the process happen organically. Nobody try to move the table around. Nobody try to convince people to be with nobody. And nobody put pressure on nobody. And better yet, all of you freaking people sit your behinds in the house and follow the rules.
You was following the rules, weren't you?
I was following the rules.
Yeah. But you like to follow rules. You said that when you were younger. Yeah, you like to follow rules. Okay.
Well, I don't know. Phil talking to everybody made sense until it didn't make sense.
I get you.
And when it stopped making sense to me, Phil can tell you I called him out on it.
Okay.
This is not making sense no more. Because now, Phil, we have 2 weeks left.
I hear you saying.
We have other connections, yes, but what does this look like? Now, that's when the conversations happen. The process has wound down. We have spent time together. We have told each other the biggest truths we have.
Yeah.
What does this look like? That was a date you guys didn't get to see, but it happened. We also had a moment where we just was like, okay, now we have Sydney introduced. Now my feelings for Dante is getting stronger. I said to him, let's see what that looks like.
Okay.
Let's see what that looks like. And if, like he said, we both had agreed, like, if it don't work, let's revisit us. But it didn't work. We saw at the piano how I instantly cheesed for Dante. We saw his kiss with Sydney. These separate connections made sense now. So me and Phil no longer made sense. And I was okay with that because we let our journey happen organically. It wasn't forced. It wasn't no pressure, and it was real conversations. And I hold these men accountable. I have real conversations with them. We also saw Sean be introduced. Sean, what it looked like. I don't want a kid. What's up? You have a lot of the things that I like from men. Your age, your height, your skin, your aesthetic. A lot of things that I like from men, but the one thing that don't connect us is the child thing. I want you to have that fulfillment. So this doesn't make sense. We went on the second date that you guys didn't get to see. We had an amazing time, but it came back again to you have to finish your lineage.
Yeah.
We don't make sense. Let it make sense till it doesn't make sense. Don't force anything. And don't play games. Don't play games to stay in something just because you think is a prize at the end. There's no prize. The only prize is keeping your integrity and walking away with a potential mate. Point blank, the period.
Love that. Okay. I'm gonna leave the last connection to the end, so we end on a good note, because there's obviously stuff that haven't in between that we need to tackle. You get me? So Aisha, you became, I like to call it, the one with the voice. You were some might say justice warrior. Some might say, you stood up for what was right. We saw you experience and come into, into a crossroad with BGS. So I want to kind of get your perspective, right? So because I know you've kind of explained a little bit on other interviews. You spoke about obviously how the conversation around with Camille and colorism in terms of you not being dark enough as well. I actually wanted to tackle that a little bit more, in terms of your feelings towards that particular segment, because I think that's a very important conversation to have, when we're talking about our community. So I want to get your perspective on that issue where you and Camille were talking and she was saying that you're not dark, basically. I want to kind of get your thoughts and your feelings on that and how you felt in those moments.
So as I move into explaining the part, because I know this was going to come up, everybody's been waiting for the infamous Little Black Book 91 to sit down with Aisha and talk with her about the Brown Girl Squad and what happened at that table and the infamous "there's no hater bone in my body."
Come on, baby.
You guys wanted to hear it. This is not, will it not be a bashing session?
Yes.
This is me telling my truth and all the truth. Whether you feel it or not, I am not here, like I said, to fake it, to make it. I think you guys have gotten the real from me, that I have been nothing but authentic for you. I'm not here to bash, tear down another Black woman, but I'm going to tell my truth and how the truth happened in the journey that I was in, on the journey to find love, which then was mixed with a lot of bullshit. And I'm going to call a spade what it is.
That's all right.
I experienced what I thought was going to be a journey of just love and fun. And nothing but that. Had I known that I was going to experience this, I would have opted out. I was told, not only was I met with that I'm not dark enough, not only was nasty insults being shot at me and said that I was doing the unspeakable things. It was the constant games, the constant bullying of these women that partly made the experience become sour.
Okay.
Yeah, just buckle up.
Buckle up. We're ready.
Everybody drop a buckle up seat emoji. Everybody buckle up.
My cookies
buckle up. Put your seatbelts on. Cookie. Drop the seatbelt emoji. Everybody buckle up. You ready, Kojo? You comfortable?
Okay.
I said Kojo was getting 2 hours. I guess he's getting 3.5.
Sorry, Dante.
I guess I might beat Dante's record, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we were filming a walk-up sequence. You saw me walking down the street with my jeans on and my black shirt and my blonde hair was one of the walk-up sequence, and her, and I think she had a blue dress or whatever. We were shooting that day a walk-up sequence. I hadn't known them very well. Again, remember I said that these ladies were not going to be my friends, and not in a catty way where they're not going to be my friends, in a way that I knew I did not want to connect with women on this journey, because that's not what this journey was about. I am my sister's keeper, but I'm not here to make friends, because I knew watching the past episodes, I saw the freaking frat dynamic did not work. And I also just know how women are, and I don't want to be friends with anybody. So that's just that part. So I spoke to these women, but not in a way where you feel like you can just talk to me any way you want to. We were going to do our title sequence, and we were walking, and as we were heading out, I said to one of the producers, why can't we I said, Dad, we want to shoot on such a gloomy day. It's about to rain. Why we can't wait till another day where it's going to be sun? You know, this melanated skin needs some sunlight. And she was like, this what? So I said, I know I said it correctly. I'm educated. She said, no, you said the word correctly. Well, melanated skin? I think I'm chocolate. I said, yes. She said, Camille, because I'm going to name names correctly. I am not going to dance around anything. I'm not going to pussyfoot around anything. I'm not going to play with you guys. I'm not here to bash. I'm here to tell what happened to me, my experience that I experienced. And if collectively, out of 22 cast members, more than half has said the same story, I think at this point, you guys get the gist. Okay? She then proceeds to say, no, it's just funny that you said melanated skin. You're peanut butter at best. I said, what does that even mean? I'm a dark-skinned woman. I'm chocolate. She said, I used to walk around with the belt that said chocolate. You remember when the name belts came out, the name-plated belts? And there was a movie called Chocolat, a French movie called Chocolat. And I used to have chocolate, and I had the lights that go around the belt. I used to have that. And I'm like, I'm a chocolate girl. She said, no, you're peanut butter at best. I said, girl, shut up. And I said it just like that. I was like, girl, shut up. What are you sound crazy. I said, maybe it's the blonde hair. Blonde can wash you out. She said, no, it's not the blonde hair. It's you. You're not a chocolate. I would not look at you and call you a chocolate girl. I said, Camille, whatever. We get in the car and we proceeding to head to the space. The sun now is completely gone now. So I'm like, this is not going to be a good shot. I need some sunlight, baby. And I'm joking with the producer, and he's like, I know, but we have no other day. We got to do it now. She giggles and she goes, you running with this chocolate stuff. This is hilarious. So I was like, you're serious right now. She's like, very. It's fun. And she goes, it's funny how everyone wants to be dark skinned because now dark skin is in. The producer, he is beautiful sun-kissed skin. He is the most gorgeous, dark, beautiful skin you will ever see. And he says to her, stop it now. You don't know how you're making me feel by what you're saying to Aisha. He said, I had the adverse effect growing up. People told me I was dark. They called me darky. They called me tar baby. They called me names. So hearing you tell Aisha that she's not dark enough when she's celebrating her darkness is hurting my feelings. So I'm asking you to stop. She is a dark woman. She's a dark-skinned woman. Stop it. And she was like, I'm just saying. And I said, well, what are you saying? She said, well, because I know growing up, people didn't think that my dark skin. I said, well, that's your issue. That's your issue. I said, you don't know how it was for me to grow up also with people telling me I'm pretty for a dark-skinned girl. Oh, what are you? Are you fully black? Because you can't be fully black with these features. You're too pretty to just be black. You have to be something else. My mom is light-skinned. You sure that's your mom? You're too dark to be her child. Everyone, because media has warped us to think that we are not beautiful enough. Media has warped this perception of us, and we have ran with the ball. Stop it. Won't do it to ourselves. Sis, what are you talking about? So now I'm really Bronx at this point. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I'm a black woman. Stop it. She's like, okay. We leave it alone. Now we're going to fast forward to a few weeks later. Now we're all at the meeting point at the hotel, and we're sitting around and we're talking. And she goes, at this point, I think Sia has been eliminated, but so she's not there. And Sabrina had left already from doing her green screen, because this is what we meet up to do, our green screens. So who's there is Cornelius, Nye, Frank, Camille, Zadia, Mumim, and myself. We're all standing up there. We're sitting up there. I'm at the table. I'm minding my business. They say, one of them, I don't know who said it. Somebody says, this is one good looking group of black people. And I look up and I'm like, it really is. I said, that's one thing they got right. Everybody is really good looking. So really beautiful dark-skinned people, beautiful black people. So Camille giggles. And I said, and I knew where she was going with it. So I said, what's up? And she's like, nothing. Nothing. And I was like, please don't even do it. And then everybody said, well, what happened? She goes, Aisha thinks, and I said, no, Aisha doesn't think anything. You said a few weeks ago that I'm not a dark-skinned woman. So then she goes, and then they all like, huh? And they start laughing. So I'm like, she goes, all right, everybody put their hand in. I promise you on my father's grave, this is what happened. Put your hand in. We're 38, we're 42, we're 35, we're 40. We are grown-ups. Now we're doing a brown paper bag test. Everybody put your hand in. This is what Camille says. So humor them, just for the sake of humoring them. I put my hand in. She goes, you are not. This is what dark skin look like. You're lighter than all of us. I said, okay, and I'm lighter than you guys, but I'm still chocolate. Nye proceeds to go, you don't, I wouldn't say chocolate. I would say peanut butter. I said, you got that shit from her. Get out of here. Y'all already talked about this. Get out of here. Frank even says, well, you're not as dark as us. I said, Frank, don't play with me. He said, no, baby. I'm not saying it like that. I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying it how they saying it, baby. I'm just saying, like, you are not as dark as us. I said, okay, well, don't play with me. He goes, no. Mumim and all of them is giggling. Zadia is giggling. Cornelius goes, this doesn't feel good to me. Can we stop doing this? He's on a laptop working. He's sitting off the side. I don't even think Cornelius didn't ever put his arm in because he was off the side doing some work on his laptop. Cornelius says, this doesn't feel good. I can imagine how Aisha feels right now. I said, thank you, Cornelius. She goes, babe, really? We're just messing with her. I said, but this is not funny. This is not funny. I said, now you're bringing it to the group how you feel about me. So I don't know if you think this is funny, but I don't find it to be funny. Then Frank says, I agree. This is not cool. This is not cool. And then I said, wow. And I looked at Nye. I said, peanut butter, Nye? Peanut butter? When me and you talk nothing but African stuff, when me and you talk about nothing about the diaspora, when me and you talk all this good African stuff, you know that I'm of Nigerian heritage? Really? He was like, no, I'm just saying, if we're talking about the hue of your skin, you are lighter in comparison to us. I said, what does that have to do with anything? And Camille was like, I'm just saying, everybody want to be dark skinned. The same producer was like, Aisha, just come back. It's not even worth it. She proceeds to giggle and laugh with Mumim and Zadia. and the rest of them. The guys walk away. She's giggling. She thinks it's hilarious. So now I'm sitting there like, got it. This is how these women want to play this game. So that's how the I'm not dark enough bull crap started. So we took a picture and we just said we melanated. No. I don't know about all that, but I know on multiple occasions I was called at peanut butter at best. Now we fast forward to one time where I did break the rule. We had just did our title sequence to the show that you see, we're all of us in a bathing suit and we're doing a title sequence. They all said, hey guys, we're going to go to Frank's rooftop after this. I said, no, y'all know I don't break the rules. They're like, God, Aisha, like, come on. You always, like, you never come out with us. I'm like, this is because it's against the rules. They convinced me to break the rule. Not convinced me, but like, I'm like, all right, I'll go one time. I ride with Cornelius. Everybody get in their car, and I ride with Cornelius up there to Frank's rooftop. We are all there as we're waiting in the lobby for Frank. It's Camille, Mumim, Zadia, myself, and Phil. As we're all saying Cornelius, but Cornelius, I think, went to go help Frank or whatever he went to do, but he was in right directly there. Excuse me. We're waiting in the bottom of his lobby. The conversation comes up about how we had to bring 5 bathing suits, but only took one shot. So the producers made us all bring all these outfits, but we only took one shot. And so a lot of women were pissed off, like, why did I have to have all these bathing suits and I only got one look? But Sabrina got 5 outfit changes. So I said, well, the reason why Sabrina got 5 outfit changes is because one of the producers told her to change. And it's not like she asked. They asked her to. And I said, let's be honest, she has the look that television likes. She's tall, she's model-esque, she's lighter, she's beautiful, she's beautiful. And they were like, what? Lighter? I said, I'm not saying it like that. I'm saying it as if we know what television televises. Stop acting like we don't know what television televises. She fits the much, though. She's beautiful. She's tall. I'm 5'3". Why do you want to see my 5'3" self walking and biting? So, like, I'm like, we're not going to play around. We know why they picked her. She's beautiful. Zadia goes, because first of all, my black magic is popping. Da, 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 da. And I'm like, okay, sis. And so is mine. I'm not saying that. And she's beautiful too. Like, what are you talking about? She's like, no, because I'm thinking you saying that she looks better than us because she's light skinned. I said, when did that come out of my mouth? My mama is light skinned, so it's never going to be no light skin, dark skin thing. So stop it. And then Camille goes, I'm not going to perpetuate. What we're not going to do is perpetuate that. I said, pump your brakes. Ain't nobody perpetuating anything over here. I stated a factual knowledge that we all know what television does. For music videos and everything. Stop playing with me. I stated a fact of probably why, my speculation of probably why the producers asked her to change 5 different times. They wanted a certain look. They asked her to change 5 different times, not none of us. I'm not saying it is or it is not factual. I'm saying what I observed, the producers asked her to change 5 different times and did 5 different shots with her. Period. We're not perpetuating nothing. Stop it. And then Camille, Zadia commenced to saying, because my chocolate is bomb. And then I was like, and I'm queen chocolate too. When Camille starts to laugh. Here she goes again with this chocolate. So I was like, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. She's like, I'm just saying, you really running with this chocolate stuff. At this point, Phil is like, what is going on? Then Phil goes, ladies. Let's remember that so-and-so, the producer, is gay and white. And he loves Sabrina. So maybe that's why, like, he loves her. And I'm like, but even if that's the case, it has no precedence in what we're talking about right now. They're making it seem like somebody's trying to say she's better than them. She's a beautiful woman, period. Then Camille goes, yeah. Zadia goes, you damn near as light-skinned as she is, so I could see why you sticking up for her. I was like, what? I said, girl, shut up. And they're like, and I don't know why she used, and they was like, it's okay, it's fine with me. She did 5 shots, but I was 1 and done. Because her outfits is giving She by Sheree. It's giving a boutique with no clothes. It's giving a boutique with the same color but no launch date. It's giving I design my clothes, but it's the same thing with the same different color. It's giving She by Sheree, and I wish I can get a role on a reoccurring role. I was like, wow, this is what I'm not gonna do. In front of the company of men, I was raised, you don't talk about women's stuff in front of men. Y'all whack for that. And then it says, you act like she your bestie. I said, none of y'all are my besties. I don't know none of y'all. And this is why I don't break the rules, because I don't do this. And I'm out of here. And she was like, well, dang, you acting like your bestie. I said, no, because if she was talking about you, I would tell her to say it to your face. She said, no, I don't need you to take up for me. If they're talking about me, someone say it to my face. I said, so then you say it to her face. You got all this big mouth. Say it to her face the next time you see her on set. And she's like, Aisha, whatever. I said, okay, it's whatever. Why are y'all talking about a female in front of this man? And then Phil goes, okay, everybody stop. We commenced to go upstairs now because Frank has entered the room with the liquor and everybody going to say, but at this point, I'm like, this is why I don't break the rules. And this is why I said I cannot be friends with females. They're too catty. Certain females are too catty. We get upstairs. As we're walking, Zadia goes, I'm waiting for the heat from you, Aisha. Phil goes, you know she's from New York, so don't ask her to bring the heat. I said, listen, I'm from the concrete jungle. So if I'm bringing shade, I'm bringing palm trees breaking through concrete. So you don't want this smoke with me. Stop. I'm from the concrete jungle. There's no trees where I'm from. So if I'm bringing shade, understand it's coming. Stop it. I don't bring that side out in me. She said, so bring it. My family is from the Bronx too, so bring it. We get to the rooftop. I sat by myself. Phil came and sat next to me. He's like, you all right? I said, I'm not all right. This is why I don't break the rules. That was disgusting what just happened downstairs. He's like, I know, baby girl. I know. Just stay. I promise as everybody get drinks and stuff, they're going to loosen up. It's going to be a fun time. I was like, I don't drink, so it's not going to be a fun time for me. Zadia, he walks away. Zadia comes and sit next to me. She's like, you okay? I'm like, I'm fine. She's like, I was just joking downstairs. You know that, right? She's like, I like shit talking. I just do that. I'm like, I don't do that. She's like, well, I was just messing with you. I'm sorry if you took it. I was like, I'm good, shorty. I'm just tired. She leaves. And they go over to Camille and Mumin. Now they're talking about Tasia. They instantly start saying, oh, Cornelius, remember Tasia face when you said so, when they called her name and she was shocked, like, me? You guys called me? Girl, yes, they called you. and they was like, Cornelius, remember when you walked past her, asked her what's the matter, and she was like, oh, I got 5 guy numbers, and he was like, okay, and walked away. And he was like, I don't really remember that. I don't think I did it like that. They're like, yes, you did. You was being shady. He was like, I don't think I was being shady. I didn't know what she was talking about. So now I'm done. When I tell you guys, when I told you guys to buckle up, I'm going to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So the last interviews ended with me when everybody was like, oh, I'm going to be the bigger person. I am a big person. I am the bigger person. And I still get to show up as authentically as Aisha is. Everybody knows who my heart is, but I get to tell the truth. I get to tell the truth. I don't have to sit here and be like, oh, I believe that they're beautiful women. I just think that maybe they're just misunderstood and they should handle themselves different. And maybe it was a moment. I don't know it was a moment because I don't know these women outside of this process. I didn't even know you in the process. So what I'm attesting to is who you showed up as. And who you showed up as is you. I only know you. If that was a representative or that was your true self, whoever it was, that's who you presented to me. That's who I know. So I can't say you're maybe a beautiful person because I never saw a beautiful side of you. I can't attest to maybe you're a kind person because I never saw a kind side of you. I've only experienced you talking about women, being catty, being nasty, and being aggressive. A spade is a spade. I'm going to call it what it is. Who likes it, who loves it, I do not care. I am my sister's keeper. I'm going to uplift you. And what I'm going to say to you, sis, I'm telling my truth. But what I'm saying in my truth is still to you this. Do better. Because it does not look good for all of us collectively. One does bad, they say we all are monkeys. One does bad, we all are ghetto. One does this, we all do it. We all have to start standing for something better than trying to have these 15 minutes of fame that's gonna, as fast as I came on your screen, y'all gonna forget me. And that is okay. I don't have to come here to impress you. I'm gonna still be Aisha tomorrow. And the only people I need to validate me is my 2 children. As much as I love all of you and all the love you give me, you will forget about me as fast as season 5 has rolled on your TV. You understand? So I don't need to sit here and bash them. I don't need to sit here and have y'all join in on the bashing it. That's not what I'm here to do. What I'm here to do is tell my truth and what I thought was disgusting and tactless and tasteless as some Black woman who appeared to be successful. You are going for your doctrine, so you kept telling us. You are a fitness motivation part. Why are you then behaving like this in a space of your sisters? We don't have to play this game to win a game. Just show up. So now I'm leaving. I have been here for all of 20 minutes. This is why I don't break the rules. And from that point on, I didn't. Now I'm leaving. Phil said, don't leave. I'm gone. I hadn't spoken to anybody, or one of the persons who did exchange their number with me was Tasia. And she said, I'm on my way. I said, I'm leaving. She's like, can you please wait till I get here? This is how unmessy I am. They just talked about Tasia. But I don't know you either, Tasia. So I'm not going to be like, girl, I don't think you should come here because they just talked about you. Because guess what? Tasia would have came with guns blazing. Oh, y'all talked about me? What's up? It's not my place to tell Tasia they just talked about them. It's not my place to tell Sabrina that they just talked about her. I stood up for these women and I exited. You will experience them for what you need to experience them for. I am none of you ladies' friends. I am not here to be catty. I'm not carrying no bones to nobody. That's how real I was. I checked them for talking about Sabrina. I checked them for being catty, and I exited. Oh, why are you leaving, Aisha? I hope it's not because what we were saying. Good night, everyone. I'm tired. I'm tired. I can't do this. And like, oh, it's because she don't like breaking rules. No, it's because of you. But I'm out of here. That was the first and the last time I ever stepped outside of the process. Moving forward, that's when you guys all experience the roof gate of Sydney and Zadia debacle. Because I had the front end of her bull and Sydney caught the tail end of her bull. I don't know any of these women to have said, don't show up. This is what they were all used to doing. They all were used to breaking the rule and going outside of the process. You are all grown. Do as you wish. I am deciding to exit and I will never do it again. From that point on, the dynamic between them and I was sure for me, I'm not doing this. As we're moving on, I watched your interview with Zadia, with some of the things she said of Aisha was coming at me and I felt like she snapped at the table. No, I didn't. Any woman at that table can tell you I never came in with an attitude. The producers would even tell me I was a breath of fresh air. I never attacked these women. I was the one telling these women why y'all set tripping that these men want to explore more options. She also said she was the one keeping Dante alive. Bull. I said Dante's name multiple times. I have my text messages to prove to producers that I constantly said Dante's name.
Oh, so Dante, okay, so Zadia didn't save him.
No, she was saving him in her mind to play the game amongst her friends to keep him viable in that aspect. This is why friendships don't work in this type of situation. I would say Dante's name. Sabrina at one point was saying Dante's name. Shiloh would say Dante's name. Zadia would say Dante's name. Dante never floated to our bottom where he was not a contestant in this. Was the 3 baby mothers a big issue amongst everyone? Yes. When Sydney entered the play, Sydney said, he's a nice guy, but the 3 baby mothers doesn't do it for me. That whole spiel when she told Sydney, oh, why should that matter? It's bull. I was the one who defended him. And if Sydney is in the chats, Sydney say yes or nay. Was I the one who said at that round table, his children should not matter? And I also said, see, what makes sense won't make sense to Zadia or any of you ladies who don't have children, Sydney included, it's because y'all don't have kids. So his 3 children won't make sense to you because you should start your own. Tommy was like, I understand. I said, the reason why Dante makes sense for me is because I've been married and I also have 2 children. Sydney said, oh, okay. I said, he's a good guy. I promise. She was like, you're right. I'm not saying he's not. I'm just saying that for me, the 3 kids doesn't work. And I said, and that makes sense why it doesn't work for you. You're young. You still have your life experience. You should not want to play mommy. Honestly, he shouldn't make sense to anyone who doesn't have kids realistically, because you should not want to play stepmommy unless you're mature enough to handle that role. And Tommy even said, that does make sense. He said, so Aisha, you and Dante have a strong connection. I said, we do. We talk all the time, but I haven't had a date with him. She did not fight for him at that table about that. That was me. That was me. And I think that's when she started to become catty with me, when she started to see that I wasn't talking about Phil as much. Because at this point, I'm off of Frank. Me and Phil is still connected, because me and Phil was connected up until the end of the house. We still was connected. We still wasn't sure if we was going to say yay or nay to each other. But now Dante is coming more up in I say his name, but now I have more to say about him vocally. Dante told you guys too. He asked for me on his friend's day. I wasn't available. So I have been a contestant in Dante's, and I have had this connection. We talk on the phone, we FaceTime, we laugh. On his way to work, he's calling me. He's making his green smoothies while he was on his detox. We were talking about that exchange. I think that's when it probably clicked for her, like, damn. Now they're really in competitive mode. She starts to get really snappy with me. At this point, at that deliberation, she snapped at everybody at the table. That's when you see Tasia goes, I'll go for 101, baby. Like, don't come at me. How did I single you out? And like I told her, a conversation or a debate goes this way, right? If we're all debating or having a conversation about something, conversing, and someone makes their stance, and you know what debate goes, you present and then you rebut. Right? Your rebuttal is to take your stance on it. So if Tasia, at first I was saying, let's stretch. Tasia made a strong argument that, hey, we're getting closer to the process. I need y'all to shrink. That 2 things can be true. Tasia rebutted me, and her rebuttal made sense. So her saying New York wanted to say stretch, and then now she's saying shrink. Girl, that's what a debate, that's how that goes. She made a strong argument and it made sense. It made me reflect on what I was saying. Well, this makes sense for my process, but to see, I can see why your argument makes sense. That's what adults do. Now I got 2 and nobody ain't going to tell me I can't have 2, and I don't care what nobody say. And then that's when I said, well, we all need to shrink, right? Not you, Zadia. Well, she keeps saying that I said you, Zadia. I didn't say that. I said, well, we all need to shrink then. If we're telling the men to shrink, there's still women who's saying that they have 2 and 3. That's not fair to say the men can't have 2 and 3, but we're saying we have 2 and 3. That is not okay. Well, I have 2. That's a lit. Am I bugging? It's not 1, but I have 2. She says it again to Tasia. She says, Tasia's like, okay, and that's the issue that we're saying to you right now. You keep screaming you have 2 when no one is asking you about how you're the one saying everyone has to stop playing games and shrink, but you're screaming to the top of your lungs that you have 2 and I can have 2. And my 2 guys, this is what she had told Tommy at one point. Dante and I both know they gonna move how I say move. They're gonna move how I say move, and when I say I'm not picking one now or this one, they're gonna know how I want this process to move.
Say that again.
Yes. She even said to Tommy as we were in a house at one deliberation when we got to the retreat that I want Dante and Nye to fight over me. And Tommy said, Sabrina, if you're in the chat, and Sid, if you're in the chat, did she not say that? And Tommy was taken aback. He said, what?
Just say that last part again, just to make sure we heard correctly.
She said, I want Dante and Nye to fight over me. And then Tommy said, what? She said, not physically fight over me, but I wanted one to show up the other one, and then the other one show up him, and then the other one show up him, and he sees him doing something, he gets jealous, and and then they both feel like, I want her, no, I want her. But then Dante put Aisha, that's the part y'all didn't see. They cut out that part, and then she said, but he took me out the front seat and put Aisha in the front seat. But before she said that, she was saying how she wanted them to fight for her. And now I said, what? Which didn't make it to your TV screens. But again, Sabrina and Sid, even if you my homegirls, y'all already know how we get down. We hold each other accountable. When y'all slip is showing, I tell you y'all slip is showing. And that's the type of friendship we have as females. So they will call me on my bullshit if I'm bullshitting right now. And at this time, remember, I am not Sabrina or Sid's friend. These women, I became friends with the women you see me with now to this day because I told them, if you really want to get to know me, you will wait till the process is over. You can get to know me. After she made that statement of, I want them to fight over me, I said, and this is the problem right now why Black men don't trust us. I said, this is why they don't trust us. Because you're putting them against each other for affection. So now we got Dante loving on you. We got Nye loving on you. And you're playing with them like a puppet. And now when I get one of them, he's broken. And now he can't trust me because you going to pull my strings like she pulled my strings. You going to puppet master me like she puppet mastered me. I can't go and give you roses because you're going to throw the roses in the next man's face and he's going to do bigger for you. And now you're going to tell me I have to come better and bigger. And now he's going to come better and bigger, and I got to come better and bigger. And I got to come better. And this is what you're saying you want from our Black men when they're saying, I want you, shorty. I'm not taking away from the fact that Dante and Zadia had an amazing connection. I had amazing connections either, too. But the game you were willing to play with these Black men was not okay. I don't care what nobody say. It's not cool. And that's where the table started to turn between she and I. She started to feel the pressure come up because Dante was on my body. And then now she's seeing the pushback that he's giving her. And so now I guess I caught it. I've never spoken to you outside this process. I have never called you on the phone. You have called me once when I had my car accident. And you told me, I hope you're okay. I have never spoken to you. I don't know nothing about you. The heat you are giving me, we only can call a spade, is that it has to because it looks like and it feels like jealousy. I did nothing to you, sis. You were the same one that said every deliberation that I always had the words of wisdom. Aisha always want to have the words of wisdom. So then how it goes from me being a word of wisdom to me talking out the side of my neck, to me being dumb and dense. You said to her, oh, maybe you called her dumb and dense because you couldn't have an emotional attachment. No, Kojo, that's not what it was. She called me dumb and dense because that was what they call a drunken tongue speaks a sober mind. You know when people are drunk and they say and do exactly what they want to do because the liquor became their courage? That was her tongue speaking what her heart and her mind already felt. It came out faster than she could catch it. Because that was that jealousy. That jealousy monster came out too fast. Aisha, dumb and dense. I couldn't remember me saying it because shit, I know I felt that way, but I didn't want y'all to see that jealousy monster. That's what that was. That wasn't, I don't even know why you said that. I couldn't even believe I said that. No, because that's what you say to your homegirls about me. Because you and your homegirls said that I am a hot ass mess and no man will ever take me home to their mother. But I walked down the aisle. And I had a 5-carat diamond ring on my finger. I don't care how my marriage ended. Somebody walked down the aisle with me. Okay? So this game that they wanted to play with these men, I wasn't with it. She wants to sit there and act like, Dante hurt my feelings. You were playing him like a pawn. You were playing him like a pawn. On that patio, what y'all also didn't see.
Talk to us, sis.
Was them all sitting, Zadia, Camille, Shiloh, and Mumim, sitting off on one side. Now, body language say everything, right? So you move where your energy goes, right?
That's right.
So it's Zadia, Camille, Shiloh, Mumim, myself, then Sydney, and then Sabrina. Me, Sydney, and Sabrina are all leaning towards our left. All the rest of them are leaning towards their right. As we begin to talk about deliberations and stuff, and how they're being nasty and stuff, Tommy, when they make it to the screen, says to them, "Stop the bull crap. You trying to save your friend for your friend, and your friend for your friend, man, and then you want to walk away single." Did he not say that, Sydney and Sabrina? He says, "So now when I ask you, when we go back up, who your connections is, you better say the truth."
Oh, so
now remember I said they was leaning towards the right? Say I pay attention to stuff. And we were leaning towards the left. When I tell you Shiloh and Mumim body shifted towards that left real quick, because they instantly changed from Dante and Walter to Nye and Cornelius. This is what playing the game gets you when it goes wrong. Because you're now trying to play a game, and remember, only a certain amount of couples can make it to the end. Sis, it's not going to make sense if you keep on putting their men at the top and trying to get rid of other men. Shiloh, how crazy are you to try to get rid of Dante, and he's one of your connections? Phil and I is still connection, and now Shiloh is now Sydney is a factor. So, sis, you might want to have a leg to stand on, but you're trying to let them manipulate you. You're trying to let them manipulate you. So now let's back up, because that came after the whole table debacle. I cooked for 4 hours. I cooked for 4 hours, me and Dante. Everybody is in awe of us. You know, Phil had his little jealous moments too, where he kept coming in the kitchen and being like, "I need to have a moment with you."
I would have had
Frank
the same
too.
thing.
Like Frank and I even shared a moment where he was like, "Listen, I am gonna hold you. I am a little jealous because I should have courted you more to get this part of Aisha, and I apologize. But you and Dante, what I see, that's something, and that's actually really beautiful. But I'm sorry that I didn't show up how you needed me to show up." And I was like, "Okay," and we had that closure moment, and that was that. After we cook, everybody, I go upstairs, we get dressed, We're downstairs. Now, I know Camille, again, I'm calling names. I'm not doing this person, this castmate. We're at the dinner table. Everyone is tearing up my food.
Come on now.
Camille has said on a few blogs and stuff or whatever that production held up a sign and told me it's time to get rid of Cornelius and Camille. That is bumpkiss. That's bullcrap. It never happened.
Oh, so production never said anything to you to ask some questions about that?
That never happened. Again, if I have to push the envelope and tell you guys on my father's grave, I'm willing to.
It's okay. We've been
okay. I don't have to lie to you guys about absolutely nothing.
Hey.
Okay, so I cook this beautiful meal, and I love to cook. You guys heard me tell Dante, I get busy in this kitchen, baby. You be ready to fall in love with me, Dante, because I get busy in this kitchen. And I really cooked for these people with love. I don't know you guys like that, but I love to cook. I love to cook. I wanted these people to have a good moment. I want them to experience good food. I want them to experience me. I just wanted to have that moment with these people. I didn't want to have anything catty but that moment. As we're eating, remember, we are on a TV show. We are here to entertain you guys too, but we are also here to fall in love and have connections. But realistically, guys, it's still a reality show, and we take for 15 hours, 16 hours, 10 hours. Do you guys think realistic in 41 minutes you're going to get all 16 hours if everybody had 10 to 16 hour segments?
That's right. We're not.
That's where editing comes into place. They have to pinpoint segments that are going to catch the audience eyes. So when you guys keep saying that didn't make sense, how could you have gotten a 10-hour date between me and Dante? How could you have gotten a 10-hour date between Phil and Sydney? How are you going to get all of these long, lengthy moments in a 41-minute show with commercials? It's an hour show, but with commercials, you're getting 41 to 45 minutes of us. So you have to understand how production works. The producers did their job of bringing a story to you based on a story that's being told between each connections. Sometimes connections didn't make sense because they didn't need closure on the screen because they know these moments happen when we tell you guys. And then bigger picture, some castmates did some bullcrap that caused scenes to get awry and get cut off, with some stories then had to get cut off.
Oh.
So you guys couldn't see complete stories because people messed up the storyline.
Oh.
They are still telling a story to you guys. A real story, but they are telling a story to you. It has to make sense. So we are at this table. We are all eating. Everyone is going on a tangent. They're eating this. Then like, it's the vegetables for me. Everybody like, yo, this is good. Everybody is chowing down.
Even BGS.
Aisha, you did a good job. This food is so good. Oh my God. Everybody is having a good time.
Okay.
The producers only say to me, this is your segment. You have to give us a sound segment. This is your dinner. It has to make sense. We can't just record y'all just all over the place. The mic is too much talking happening at once. Aisha, Tommy just recently said to us, one guy is going home before the trip is over. Bring that to the table and see how everyone feels about that. That's what was asked of me. Not get rid of Cornelius and no one else knew. The producer even asked that of me, but freaking Walter, because he tapped me to get my attention for them to tell me. Aisha, this is your dinner. Reel the dinner in. We have to it has to make sense. I need you to ask them this question, not this and that. Again, remember, be realistic. This is reality TV, but we're still here to tell a story. We cannot all be talking about what we did last night at a dinner table when you guys are trying to hear about love connections in the process. So it had to make sense. The segment had to make sense. That's the only question that was asked for me to pose. I posed that question. You hear Dante start off about how people have to get comfortable with getting comfortable. Momine talks about getting to the white meat. They all say this collective. You don't see everybody's speech. As what you don't see is as we're about to leave, as I'm about to leave, everybody's eating. I say, okay, I'm tired, you guys. I'm gonna go upstairs. Then Camille said, not after that. I think we all should talk about each other's connections and who's gonna go and who we want to stay. All the guys instantly go, no, we are not doing that. No. And then she's like, I think we should talk about this. Because all I know is my man better not get in the bottom. That's all I know.
Ew.
I sit back down. Because I was standing up. I sit back down. This is what you didn't see. And that's when you heard my speech when I said, well, Camille, if Cornelius goes home, because the question that Tommy asks all of us is, who's your least connection? If that question is posed to us, and we do not connect with Cornelius, I know I'm going to say it, and I know other women who will say they don't connect with him. If he goes home, Camille, and you pack your stuff and say, I'm riding with my man, it makes sense you won. They said, so what you saying, go home? Because we made a connection. I said, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if he is voted off the island, do y'all remember you hearing me saying, if he's voted off the island?
I remember that.
Said, if he's voted off the island and he goes home and you go home with him, it makes sense. Regardless if you finish now or at the end, you got what we all been still trying to figure out. Yes, to you, it may be being like, it's week 8 and we only got 2 more weeks to go. Y'all shouldn't be taking this long. But nevertheless, mostly everybody still had 2 people holding on to them. If he goes home, based only off of the question that Tommy asks us, and you leave, you won, sis. Before I finished that, she goes, and I'll fuck y'all up. She was not talking to production. I want y'all to, I'm going to use all the language that they use because I want y'all to feel exactly how I felt.
I felt that one.
I'm not going to say that she said, I'm going to F you up. No, I'm going to use the exact language that they use because I need y'all to hear how I felt and why I decided to meet them where I met them. I just cooked for 4 hours. I didn't enjoy that state. You always going around drinking and having fun, enjoying the pool, enjoying the tennis court, enjoying the lake. I was in the kitchen cooking. Although my connection was I was cooking with one of my connections and building up Granny Birmingham. I was still cooking. And I was putting everything I had into that food. That's why you guys were able to enjoy that food because I was giving you B. And how dare you then attack me? So I've done all of this. I'm sitting at this table with you, and you say, I'll fuck y'all up. And I'll fuck y'all up. You hear me instantly address it. I didn't wait. That was my edited part. I instantly say, do y'all not remember the scene? I instantly say, see, that's the problem right there, Camille. You saying you're going to F people up. Do y'all not remember me saying that? So how could you be talking to production? How could you be talking to somebody else? When I instantly say it, Cornelius claims he didn't hear it. Cornelius shushes her. He goes, shh.
Yeah, we see that. We actually see that.
The only person who didn't really hear it was at the end was Dante because he didn't hear it. Frank admittedly said, Frank wasn't on the reunion at that part, but Frank admittedly said he said it. I think he did an interview and admitted that he said he heard it. We all heard it along that line. Momim even looked shocked. Everybody looked shocked. I don't care if they're trying to act like they didn't say it because that's their friend. Everybody was shocked. Sydney got up and Sydney said, I can't do this.
People are goddamn liars.
Walter was like, this is just too much. Before, I said this on my last interview, before I said to her, this is the problem, Camille, that you're saying you're going to F people up. Before she said, but Aisha, remember she goes, but Aisha, if she wants to address me. Now, I say this joke all the time. The world will never know what the center of that Tootsie Pop looks like because me and her didn't get to have that exchange. Maybe if I said that and she would have been like, but Aisha, I didn't mean to say that. Well, Aisha, we won't know what that exchange between me and Camille would have looked like because Zadia intervened with, well, if you want to fight for somebody, Aisha, then you want to fight for somebody. And I was then trying to say, but not like that. Not like that. You can fight for somebody, but not like that. She then, that jealous tongue again, before her ego and whatever could grab it, she goes, you just mad basically because you don't got no connection. Girl, what? So now that's when she starts slinging out insults. Because you're mad because you watched me and Dante cook all day. All you got was some chips and dips at the poolside. You watched the dynamic happen between me and your connection.
Mm-hmm.
That's your jealousy roaring its nasty, evil head. Let this woman defend herself between her and this man, which there wasn't no defense that needs to happen. I was clearly only addressing what Camille brought up. If my man gets brought into the problem, it's going to be a problem. That's why that conversation happened. Not because I just decided to talk about people's connections. You brought it up, sis. And nobody else said nothing. So I was like, nah, we're not doing this. I sat back down and said, let's talk about it then. I didn't jump on your back, Camille, because Camille keep on posting things like, if I said I F you up, why you shouldn't jump on me and pull my hair? I'm civilized, sis. Why am I going to punch you in your face because you just said you're going to F me up? First of all, I'm not scared of you, so your threat is empty unless you connected. I don't care how sweet I am. Unless you connecting, your threat means nothing to me. You didn't put your hands on me. There is no reason for me to jump on you.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
If you didn't square up and hit me and I have to defend myself, I am not jumping on you.
Mm.
I am a mother and a businesswoman. I'm jumping on you because you said words to me. And I'm gonna look stupid when I said my mission on this show is if not to find love, to show up as a respectful woman. So now what you guys saw me doing when I stood up to Zadia, I didn't jump up out of my chair. Phil told me to get up. Yes, voices got elevated. We can have a disagreement.
Yeah.
We can have a disagreement where our octaves does get raised. We went to the next level. I went to that next level because when I was trying to talk calm, she kept elevating. So if you need me to meet you there, sis, I'm gonna meet you there. I'm not going to live in this space with you, but I'm going to meet you there because I kept saying, but Zadia, that's not what I'm saying. You heard me say over and over. I kept saying, what are you talking about? That's not what I'm saying. What are you talking about? And then she's like, you just mad because you're like, and then that's what I said, okay, so this is what we're doing. So if this is what if you can't respect this and only this, I'm going to meet you there. I'm going to meet you there. I didn't jump up out of my chair. Phil said, and Dante said, we're not entertaining this. Let's go. I was willing to stay in my chair and still have this discussion, whether it got heated or not. I was not going to jump on either one of you ladies. But what that was a response to was y'all seeing Aisha sick and tired of these women constantly saying whatever they want to us, belittling the rest of us women constantly. This is not one incident, two incidents. This throughout the process, after about week 3, these women have constantly played this nasty catty game with the rest of us. If you were on their side, like Mumim and Shiloh, then you was going to catch the end of it. Now, I was at that point sick of it. Sick and tired of it. I watched all of them play games. I watched Mumim, Zadia, and Camille and Shiloh giggle, try to manipulate the men, try to do things. It was not okay with me.
Mumim and Shiloh both involved as well?
Yes. I don't care. I'm here to tell the truth.
With a capital T.
Before that dinner, Sydney came to me damn near in tears because Mumim and them pulled her to the side. And told her to vote Dante and Walter in the bottom.
Mumim was there too?
Yes.
Jesus.
Sydney, drop a yes if that's true.
God have mercy.
I watched them all do sneaky stuff in that house. I watched them. I heard them. My wing was over the kitchen. So while they talk, I can hear them talk while I'm in my room. I can hear them plot. I can hear them plan stuff. I eat to the point where I took Sydney to the producers. Like, I'm done with this. These women are saying it's their show and they're going to move the board. Sydney said I gave her advice and kicked her out. Because I wasn't trying to be her friend. I wasn't trying to be anybody. I thought she was a beautiful girl, lovely girl. But when she came to me, like, these ladies took me to the kitchen and they're trying to tell me to vote Dante and Walter in the bottom. And I don't know what to do. I said, listen, if you want to put Dante in the bottom, I do not care. She said, but he is your connection. I said, I don't care. I don't care. If the question is asked, if he's your least connection and you feel he's your least connection and he's not ready to love, put him in the bottom. But what you won't do is allow them to bully you into doing it. She said, oh my God, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. And you always just by yourself and you are so unfazed by them. And I just don't know what to do. And I said, girl, do what you want to do. But I got to do my makeup and I got to get dressed. I got to get dressed. So this is the game that I watched them play. Let's move the board. Let's go to Walter and tell Walter, if you ain't playing board with us, Walter, you going to get out of here too. You ain't doing what we asking y'all to do, we're going to move you along the board. Because the Brown Girl Squad and the men that they chose is going to make it to the end. Yeah, I walked down Roosevelt Island in my blue dress and rubbed my bald man head with 3 baby mamas. because I showed up in this process real. I didn't play games. I let these Black men be Black men. I let them have control over what they could have control over, and not try to force them to do anything to take their control away. They didn't force me. They didn't try to control me. I was authentic. I laughed with them. I made this process fun for them. Imagine being thrown in a room with 20 people and saying, now y'all date and figure it out. This has to look like fun, because love and the whole process is fun. Love is fun. Love is beautiful. Why must we freaking muddy it up with all this bullshit? That's why our season looks different from the other ones. Because as what I started to notice is, as everybody watches the season before, people are not looking for love, they're looking for stardom. And it was evident when people trying to move the board and make it look like it could look like something because they have things to promote. I'm a hairstylist, and not one time on that show did y'all hear me say, I do hair and I didn't push no agenda. What did I keep saying? I want somebody to rub my booty. I want to watch Netflix with somebody. I want a king.
Hallelujah.
I want a man who knows he deserves me and I deserve him.
Preach it.
I want to bring back this thing called love, because this shit feels fucking amazing. It does. I don't got time to break nobody's heart and send them into this world broken. Stop that. Who gave you the right to do that? Now you want to sit here and scream victim. He hurt my feelings. I'm hurt. You touched that man. Regardless of what happened between y'all, and you felt like he owed you what, and y'all was dating outside of the process, and you went on dates with him and everybody was dating outside of, all of y'all broke rules. Who cares? Ain't near none of us boyfriend and girlfriend or in a committed relationship. Not near one of us have the right to touch any one of us, and not near one of us have the right to tell the other one how to move in this process. You try to play a game, and in the game there has to be what? A winner and what?
A loser.
It has to be a winner and a loser in the game. But if you didn't play a game and just went through this journey, even if you didn't make it to the end, you would have genuinely walked away with someone. And the audience would have saw a connection that happened between you and your person. And even if y'all left the screen, they would have said, I hope that makes it. The prize wasn't making it to the end. The prize was Black people coming together and showing what a journey of love looks like. And then as you guys start to be voted off and connections still break off and make it outside of this process, what the audience is seeing is, oh, they remind me of me. Tyrone reminds me of myself. Carrie reminds me of myself, and look at her still trying. Oh my God, I'm like Courtney. I want to go after my man. That was something for me. Look at Courtney with all of her sass. That's me. I saw myself in Courtney. That's how I caught a man too. Go ahead, girl. Look at Aisha vulnerable, showing us her heart. Girl, I want to get there. Look at Sydney, full of bubble and personality. I love that about her. I want to be free like that. Look at Sabrina. Sabrina was so sure of who she was. She decided to walk away from herself. I want to be that woman. That's what the journey was supposed to produce. That's what it was supposed to produce. Us as women and men walking away and everybody getting to experience us. You became the villain in this story because you stepped into that role. Ready to Love does not produce villain and then the winner. You stepped into the role of winner when you decided to play Game of Thrones. You stepped into the role of villain when you decided to be catty to women who did absolutely nothing to you. Oh, I'm so nice. I don't understand why people was playing TV. You was playing TV. Only you. Everybody else was confused why you and your 4 friends were playing TV. We couldn't understand what you were doing. Oh, this is how y'all moving? This is weird. Why are y'all moving like this? Make it make sense, sis, because this is not adding up. So when she crashed Phil's rooftop and came in there like Deebo, it wasn't to be apologetic to us. It came like, I saw y'all on the live. Who won it?
Huh?
That's how she came in.
On Phil's rooftop.
No one invited you. Why are you here?
Hey. Uninvited guest.
You popped up, hat low, mask up, sweatpants, sneakers, big shirt. You ain't come in here to join in the reindeer games with us and laugh because we don't rock with you. Because now, after the process is over, we have formed a connection. We have formed a friendship. I am willing to let these people in, and we have formed a bond that radiates out the TV. And everybody's like, oh my God, this is the most season of love. We see these friendships. You want to be a part of that, but you can't be a part of that because you chose your lane. So stay in your lane because you chose your lane. You popped up because you thought people was talking about you. Nobody was talking about you. We all over here sitting and happy in love. You pop up. You came for rah-rah. Everybody tried to get her out. Phil tried to get her out. Phil asked her multiple times, please leave my house. Please get out of my house. I'm asking you to please get out of my house. So I said, buckle up. I said that if anybody else didn't want to tell it, that Aisha was going to tell it, and we didn't have to do no more interviews for you because that's it. I said 2 hours I'm about to beat Dante's time. I don't need dinner tonight, baby. I don't need dinner tonight because I'm here to tell the truth. Because if nobody else in this cast painted the real picture because they were scared to step on toes, they were scared to look a certain way, I know who I am. I am the bigger person. I am the bigger person. I don't have to sugarcoat nothing in order to reign as the bigger person. I am the bigger person. I did this process correctly. I treated people correctly. I am the bigger person. You were nasty. You were aggressive. And as a Black woman to a Black woman, I'm telling you, it was wrong and it hurt. It hurt to be called names. I did nothing to you. It hurt for me to watch you talk about me like that. I'm telling you, sister, it hurt. It hurt. You don't have to play the game dirty because it's not a game. It was whack. Okay, Bugs Bunny. What? How old are we? Let's rewind a little bit backwards. As I'm in my scene with Dante, before I finish out the rooftop, I'm in my scene about to go into my scene with Dante for my massage. You're downstairs screaming.
What was she screaming?
Where's Aisha? I want some more of her shrimp. Her shrimp was real good. I want some more of her shrimp. That shrimp was real good. The producers, shh, they ain't seen. Stop. What they up there doing? Fucking? I'm going to use the verbiage that was used so you guys could feel what I felt.
No worries.
I'm a mother. We are in a house full of people we are just getting to know. How dare you? How dare you insinuate in a house of people I do not know like that I'm upstairs sleeping with this man? I don't know who's in this room that will go carry that bone outside of this process and drop that in some bloggers' ears. And now headlines start reading Aisha is upstairs fucking Dante in a house full of castmates. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? I am pissed still talking about it because I am a mother. I am a mother. I am a businesswoman. You could have destroyed me if any of these people was malicious enough to take that out of that house. So then I need y'all to close your eyes and feel the pain, what I'm feeling. These people just tore me up at the table. After I cooked for 4 hours, these people just tore me up. Now, Dante has whisked me away, as y'all saw, and I'm after Phil to try to calm me down. And Dante has taken me upstairs that he had planned a massage for me. And while I'm on hold to see his surprise, because unbeknownst to me, I didn't even know what we was going into. He just told me he set up a surprise to me. And as I'm waiting on hold, this person, this woman is downstairs screaming, "Where's, I want some more of her shrimps. Where's Aisha? I want more of that shrimps. That shrimps was good."
So she enjoyed it at least.
The producers, they in scene. What they up there doing? Fucking? They making a sex tape, they fucking? The producer's like, "Stop. Okay, you want it with Hove. Let's go." You want it with Hove. So let me put my hair up because I don't know, girl. You know, it's only but how many times I'm gonna let you test me. Dante comes running out because she's interrupting the scene. The producers on the radio tell them to stop. We in scene. We could hear them. Dante come out to me and grabs my face. "Look at me. Ignore it. I did something beautiful in this room for you. Stop it. This is about me and you." I'm like, but he like, "Look at me. Breathe in, breathe out. I don't care what's happening down there. This is me and you. You deserve this. I deserve this. Stop. Do not let her do this to you." I said, "Okay, baby. Where is Aisha? Where is Aisha?" Okay, here I am. Run down the stairs. He catch me in midair. I'm one step down. "We in scene, and they asked us to hold." He like, "Get your little soul." I'm like, she's like, "What?" I said, "We are in scene, and they asked us, everybody, to hold." Because the producers, that's their word for everybody to be silent. Hold.
Yep.
She starts screaming, "Hold! Hold!" to the top of her lungs.
Damn, was she drunk?
"Hold! Hold!" She's jumping in the kitchen. "Hold!" This was the same woman who sat before you and said, "I don't know why everyone is acting like I did something. I made a few mistakes, but I'm apologetic for it. I don't have to accept your apology when you did that to me. I don't have to accept your apology when you did that to me." The producers had to grab her like, "Stop." So y'all gonna sit here and tell me that I'm just supposed to say, "Okay, she said sorry, forgive her"? No. No. That's why you guys, Ready to Love season 4 was chopped and screwed, because people like that. That's why you guys couldn't get the full story, because people like that were moving through the process where the producers was at their wits' end, where scenes had to get cut, where stuff couldn't make sense for you guys because of things like that, because people doing antics like that. Sydney was on the phone crying. She was ready to go home. I was upstairs crying. I was ready to go home. Sabrina was in her room packing and ready to go home. We were tired. We were tired. We were mentally and physically tired from the antics of Zadia, Camille, Shiloh, and unfortunately, as much as you guys did see Mamim, she may have not did as much devious things as they did, but she was a part of their Rindale games. She may have not moved aggressively like them, but those 4 played a game that the rest of us was not playing. Okay? And that's the truth. And the truth will be televised today on Little Black Book 91. Now we have Ville. The process is over. It's done. We made our connections. We are off your screen. Let the chips fall where they may. And out of the process, you still continue. So now if you want to say this was just antics that she was doing, just be this person on the TV screen to get her 15 minutes. The show is over, baby. We are off of your screen. What's going on, my love? You are still doing things. When you kicked Shorty, when you kicked Carrie, yes, it was accidental. But you know why you kicked her? Because you was trying to show out. Libba asked us to take a picture together. Okay, let's take a picture. We look good. You wanted to show out and started Dante was sitting over in the corner, so I guess it was a little show for him because she had on some. She throws her leg. Oh, y'all want me in the picture? She throws her leg over her friends, and I'm gonna get a picture. And she kicks Carrie. Not a tap, not an accidentally bump, not a tap, a fall in her freaking knee. To the point where Carrie she kicked Carrie so hard that even Mumin was like, and Mumin grabbed Carrie's knee like, I'm so sorry. Carrie was like, they say, you calm down. Her friends start to tell her, Camille and Mumin says, calm down. You just kick somebody. She's like, who? She's like, you just kick somebody. Carrie said, Carrie who? You said it. Tasia and I both heard you say it. We were right there beside them. She said it. Carrie then jumps up because now Carrie is ready. Carrie is ready to give it to her. And rightfully so. Carrie then goes off. Libba grabs Carrie, takes Carrie into the bedroom, and is trying to calm her down. As Libba is calming Carrie down because Carrie is furious, they are talking to her like, girl, like, sorry, chill. She sits back down and she says, I don't know what everybody's problem. I'm just sitting here looking pretty. That's antagonistic behavior. So that spew, I don't know what Carrie's talking about. I didn't even know I kicked her. Sis, that's when I got up and I said, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I went in the room and I was like, Libba, this is too much. This is too much. She's like, I know I'm trying to calm Carrie down. And I'm like, she's out there still, like, I can't. This is why we asked you not to invite her, Libba. But you wanted to say you didn't have no bad bones with her, and that's right. And that's right for you. So experience her as you want to experience her. But people are going to be who they are. And she showed up at Libba's house who she is. If you're going to blame it on liquor, why are you getting that intoxicated where you can't remember what you're doing? Because not only was that the end of your antics, no. Because as Carrie leaves, Libba had some other friends there. And she kept calling Libba a friend. Her friend had a mustard outfit on. She kept saying, mustard. Mustard. Hey, yo, mustard, come here. And I'm like, what the frick is going on? I'm like, and Libba's like, her friend was talking so she didn't hear it. Somebody, I don't know which one of her friends hushed her. But Libba was like, if my friend would have heard her, she would have got pissed. You don't even know this lady. And you like, mustard. Instead of you getting up and going to this woman, excuse me, what's your name again? You're screaming. The antics didn't stop because then when they left, you got in Walter's face. And told him you're not fucking with him. And don't speak to me. And da-da-da-da-da. So this not isolated incidents with this woman. This is who you are, and we believe you. This is who you are, and we believe you. And it's sad. Now we're going to fast forward to the incident Dante told you about, the white party with Carrington. I wasn't there. You go grab my man arm. He was like, she scratched me. The guys, everybody jumped in between, pull them apart. Then he obliges and talks to her because Phil wanted to be the peacemaker and have them talk. Why are you having him talk with her and I'm not there? She's only doing this because I'm not there. So I'm in Atlanta. Now I'm friends with these girls. Tasia call me. Your Dante's outside talking to Zadia for a minute. Spin the block, sis. Let me see. Put it on FaceTime. That's the little bit of Bronx came out. Spin that block. Let me see what they're talking about. Hand Dante the phone. hand John to the phone. And make sure you say it's Aisha on the phone.
There's no one coming through.
Spin the block real quick, because what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Why you couldn't talk about why I was there? But they were no longer outside. And when I called Dante, he instantly was like, baby, this is how good of a man he is. He said, baby. I said, what you doing? He said, baby, I just had this long conversation with Zadia. She tried to hem me up in the club. Phil convinced me to talk to her. And so he was like, squash it. So I talked to her. He's like, and I'm trying to squash it because I don't want no more tension. I said, okay. He didn't beat around the bush. He didn't lie. He instantly said, I just finished talking to Zadia and I can't wait to get home and tell you what happened. He didn't lie to me. That's why I chose that man. That's why I chose that man. He was like, I just want it to be over with. And I thought it would be over with. Now we fast forward again. So this is more antics. You see how I'm giving you the lineup of, I don't know why everyone says I keep doing this. Like I'm walking around like the devil, just doing a Tasmanian devil. But you are.
Mm-hmm.
Now we have Phil's rooftop.
Break it down for us, sis.
But we will finally end this conversation because we've been on 3 hours.
It's okay, baby. You do your thing.
And we are at Phil's rooftop, and you pop up. And now you on this, what's up? But then everybody's trying to kick you out. Phil is trying to kick you out. You will not leave. Everybody is asking you to leave. You are not invited. We want you to go. Please leave. You refuse to leave. Why do I have to leave, Phil? Because I'm asking you to leave because this is my home. I don't understand why I can't be here because you are not invited. I'm asking you to leave. Okay, now, who doesn't want me here? Carrie don't feel comfortable with you. Nobody don't feel comfortable. She walks back in. Carrie, come talk to me, baby. You want to talk to me? She says something like that to the fact of it's a belittling statement. You yelling in front of the room, and then Carrie. So Carrie's like, get the fuck out of here, Zadia. No one wants to talk to you. Like, I'm not talking to you, Zadia. Go over there. I'm not talking to you. She's like, come talk to me. Come talk to me, baby girl. That's what she said. Come talk to me, baby girl. You riling Carrie up. Why are you doing that? Carrie's like, get out of here. No one wants to talk to you. Why are you here? Mumin jumps up. I'm going to get her. I'm going to get her. Mumin's trying to get her out of here. Please, I promise y'all, I didn't invite her. Please, I'm just want her gone. Friend, just go. She won't, to the point where she snaps at Mumin. Mumin comes back in, takes off her coat, like, do it y'all as y'all please with her. Because I want to get to know y'all now, and I don't got time for her. She just snapped at me, and now that she snapped on me, I don't care. Now, Phil is still trying to get you to leave. Literally, it's about an hour in, she still won't go. Everybody is still like confused. Why won't she leave? Like, just go. I'm calming Carrie down. Carrie, it's okay. Just stay here. You're bigger than this. Da 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 da. Carrie's like, I just use the restroom. I'm like, no, we're gonna wait because they're still at that doorway. We're gonna wait. Carrie's like, so you gonna tell me I can't pee because she's standing there? I'm like, if we will pass, just stay calm. I will walk with you. As we're walking out, Phil is still trying to get this woman to leave. She's refusing to go. Carrie and I pass. She goes, Carrie, let me talk to you, baby girl. Let me talk to you. She's trying to push past Phil. Let me talk to you. Let me talk to you. This much aggression. She puts her coat down. Let me talk to you, Carrie. That's you trying to, Carrie hands me her cell phone because now Carrie is ready in case she's going to swing. You're squaring up to Carrie for no reason. She says, oh, I wasn't squaring up. I'm like, you're literally trying to push back Phil and you put your coat down. Mumin even was like, this is not okay. Like trying to tell her, stop. What are you doing? You can't do that. This looks crazy. You are being aggressive. Stop. Why are you trying to get in this woman's face like this? Stop. I'm just trying to talk to her. She's like, that's not how you talk to someone. Stop. So now at this point, Carrie is like, I'm like, everybody is like, she has to get out of here. She has to go. Phil back is at the corner now because What do y'all? I'm telling her to go. She won't leave. Please go. Now Sydney and Courtney come up. They ready. They like what? Cause I say, guys, stay downstairs. She just tried to square up with Carrie. I don't know what's her issue. They thought I said she swung on Carrie, so she ain't come running upstairs. I said, no, no, no. That's not. I said, Phil, go get them because I'm trying to tell them something, but they not listening. They upset. So they come upstairs like, what's up? Get out. Get out. Get out. We don't want you here. This is our party. Get out. Can I talk to you for a minute? But you calm when you talking to them. But you were just barking at Carrie. You're not giving the same energy because to Sydney and them, nor are you giving it to me, but you're giving it to Carrie. For some reason, I feel like she's not as scared as Carrie because I think they're the same height, so maybe she don't feel as intimidated. But you come aggressive to Carrie, but to us, it's, can I please talk to you? So Sydney sits and talks with her. She tries to plead her case to Sydney, and Sydney's like, okay, over it. I'm talking to Mamim. Mamim is basically telling me she's over them, that she's over the antics. She wants to get to know us on her own. And I'm explaining to Mamim. The reason why I don't want you here, Mamim, is not because to be mean or anything. I'm going to tell you straight up why I want you here, because that comes along with you. I said, have you and your crew that separated yourself from us have ever thrown something or posted anything and any of us popped up? Even if it was in a public space? She's like, no. I said, you know why we don't do that? Because we are not there to start trouble. So you here and your homegirl feels comfortable. I said, bigger than that. Do you think she would have popped up here if you wasn't here? Well, she would have enough gold to come up here with you not being here. You are the common denominator. She came here because she felt comfortable enough to do that because you were here. She would not have stepped foot in that room with all of us by herself. That's why you can't get invited to nothing, Momim. Because, yeah, you haven't done as much antics as them, but I watched you do antics. I watched you, and I shared this with you, Momim. Did I not? She said, yes, you did. And I told you I would like to fix how your perception of me. And because I don't do fakeness with nobody.
Come on now.
I don't drink, but I'm down in 2 flutes of champagne. And then when camera come on, give me a ginger ale like Aisha. I don't roll like that. Fakeness don't sit well with me. So I watched how you move. And although it made me not as malicious as them, I still watched you play the game like them. And where you go, they follow. I'm not playing that game with you. She would not have showed up if you were not here. She said, you're right. But that's why I'm here, to try to make amends with you guys, because I am sick of it. As she's saying this to me, Zadia walks up. Aisha, can I talk to you? No, you cannot talk to me. Aisha, I would really like to talk to you. What do you have to say to me, Zadia? I don't know what went wrong between me and you. What are you talking about? Do I need to lay out everything and what went wrong, what you have been doing? Aisha, well, I know, what I do know is that scene with me screaming that in the kitchen and stuff, I was wrong. Because I was like, where should I start, Zadia? From you screaming at my effing Dante? From you saying I'm dumb and dense? She said, well, the scene with when I was screaming that, I was wrong for that. And I just didn't have time to apologize to you. And Momim said, yes, you did. Which I will give it to her. She said, yes, you did. You could have pulled Aisha to the side. You chose not to. She said, you had enough time to apologize to her, and I even told you should. And then she looked at Momim like, really? Really? And Momim was like, I'm going to tell the truth. You should have apologized. It was wrong. Then she was like, well, and this and this and this and that, and trying to bring up all these scenarios. And Momim was like, no, that's not true. You did do that. So now I'm like, oh, Momim is standing up for herself. She realizes the attachment that I attached myself to these women is not where I should be lying. But then in my mind, I'm like, Momim, why are you doing this, though? Do you have an agenda?
Mm.
Every time we hang out as a crew, what goes up on internet? Ready to Love
Life.
season 4 hangs out as a group and they look beautiful. Ready to Love is having fun. Look at Aisha, Sydney, Courtney, all of them having a great time. There is no praise over there on the Brown Girl Squad. So in my mind, are you trying to make your way over here so the headlines cannot swing? Because now Frank just did an interview saying, undoubtedly, you are part of the Brown Girl Squad. That maybe don't look good for you. So are you trying to shorty swing this way to make it clean up your act? I don't know. But it doesn't feel good to me. Yeah, you standing up to your friend right now, but what is the agenda?
Can't trust it now.
I can't wholeheartedly trust it.
I understand.
And I don't have to because I watched you move in a space that I didn't like either.
I hear that.
So she said, I'm going to give y'all time to talk by yourself. As we commence to talk, Zadia begins to say, I treated you like this because I felt like you were digging for information and asking me who my connection was. I was like, you're a liar. I've never asked you who your connections was. She was like, yes, remember when you came back from your car accident, you was walking with me along the poolside and you was like, oh, so how's the process going so far? Who do you like? I said, I'm in scene with you. I've been gone because I just had a freaking almost deadly accident and I'm walking beside you in scene and asking you, how is the process going so far? That's me probing you?
Speak on it.
Oh, well, now looking back, I could see why that could have been genuine, but maybe I was just thinking, I just came back from a car accident. I'm walking with you in scene, asking you, how is the process going so far? That's me probing you for your connections?
Speak on it.
That's why you said you started to treat me like that because of that? Girl, stop it. Well, Aisha, that's how I feel. Okay, Zadia, whatever. Okay, next. At the round table, I felt so. This is what the apology is coming with. The apology is not, Aisha, I'm sorry I did this to you.
That's right, yeah.
I'm sorry that this is how I came off to you. The apology is coming with, I did this to you because I felt you did this to me.
Yeah, that's what she does. Yeah, no lie.
I am reacting to you like this because I felt you did this. That's not an apology. You're trying to find a space where you can hold me accountable to justify your malicious ways.
Yep. Yep.
That's not an apology.
Nope, it's not.
You need to justify that in your head because no other way will it make sense.
Yep.
Aisha has never shown up in this way. Aisha has never been nasty to nobody. Aisha has went through the process authentically and organically and let everybody make their own decisions without manipulating the board. So I have to find something to justify why I treated Aisha that way. Got it. She asked me about my connections once.
That's it.
By golly while, I got her. I got her. Oh, Aisha, also, you said to me on your clip that me and I are boring and we're dense and we have no connections and we are surface. I said, I didn't say that. Yes, you did. I said, girl, you know sometimes in production they do give us a little cute soundbite to say. She said, but I refuse them. I said, so what? I decided to say the one thing they asked me to say. They asked me, how do you think about Zadia and I? And I said, I don't know. From what I see, it's boring. It's surface. That's all I said. She said, no, you said that we surface, that we lack genuine, we lack this. I said, I didn't talk that long to even say that. Wait. She pulls up the clip that she has saved. She presses play. Literally. It says, Aisha, what do you think about Naya and Zadia? I literally say, I don't know. They seem boring. I don't know, like surface. It goes to the next scene. She goes, wait a minute. She plays it again. Girl, it's not going to change. You just said it. I said a whole thesis statement of stuff about y'all, and I didn't say that. So you're trying to make up stuff to justify why you did this to me. I'm trying to apologize. This is not apologizing to me, Zadia. You're not apologizing to me. You're telling me that I've done things to you that you know I did not do. Well, I didn't know that you and Dante. I don't care what you didn't know. And I said, and that's bull crap, Zadia, because I said Dante name almost every deliberation. Oh, I forgot that. Oh, you did. Literally, this is what she's doing in front of me. You did? I said, yes. I took her for him and his 3 children. Yes. She's like, oh, well, Aisha, I don't know where we went wrong. I thought we was going to be cool. I said, Zadia, we was not going to be cool because I already said, and I think that's probably where we went wrong when you was trying to be my friend. And I said at that one deliberation that I'm not trying to join a sorority. I think it must be rubbed you wrong because you was like, what's wrong with a sorority? And because you run in a sorority, you might have felt some type of way. I was there speaking my truth. I was not there to join a sorority. And I said, and when you said, what you mean, what's wrong with sorority? I said, it's not like that. I'm just saying, I'm just here for the process, not for friends. So maybe that rubbed you wrong and you wanted to be my friend. And from there, because remember this, in the first day of the house, Zadie was holding my hand, taking pictures with me. We were taking the pictures and she grabbed my hand and I was in the picture like, oh, okay, I guess we hold hands. She kept saying, oh, me and Aisha are going to be besties. Because when we were talking, everybody was talking collectively. We found out that she and I both are Geminis. My father's a Gemini and her mother's a Gemini. So we had that commonality. That was our thing in common. But she was like, oh, we're going to be besties. And I'm like, I remember I already said I'm not being freaking frat.
Yep.
So I knew when she kept saying that, sis, I like you cute and everything, but I'm not doing that. So now you and Camille have formed up. Camille, you're 42. Your antics were too much. Camille has moved through this process the same exact way. Stay out of Cornelia's face. What you mean? Everybody's talking about Cornelia. She's making faces. She's twitching. She's doing this. She's doing that. She coming up into me in the house. I don't know you, girl. Why you coming up to me in the house and asking me, is me and Dante upstairs having sex? We having sex in a house full of people. So not only did Zadia do it, so did Camille. And I said, Camille, why would I be having sex with him upstairs? Worry about your own vagina. What are you doing? And she's like, I'm going to let Cornelius. I said, worry about what Cornelius is doing with you. She said, I'm going to let Cornelius put a baby up in me. I said, that's nice. Even she came to me like, you need to drink. Everybody's drinking. You need to drink. You need to drink. I don't drink, Camille. You need to drink. You need to drink. I don't drink, Camille. Oh my God, you're so boring. Why won't you drink? Because I don't want to drink, Camille. Oh my God. Well, it's interesting you and Dante all of a sudden. That's not all of a sudden. It's none of your business. She was like, we'll see. We will see. Toodaloo. We will see. And then it just became this thing in the house where they thought they was playing with people. So we didn't get to experience the good parts of what the show looked like because we had these people moving in the show nasty. So no, your apology was not accepted because you tried to blame me for things that you know I didn't do. And even when we were asking you to leave our party, you refused. To the point where I just walked up to, I had to walk away from her in the conversation between she and I because she would not take accountability for nothing. So I said, this conversation, I was like, I am done, to the point where I started crying because I was like, how dare this woman come bust up our event and then sit here and try to accuse me of things. I was so mad, I walked away from her. And I'm talking to Mumim, and I'm like, Mumim, and then I'm crying because I'm pissed. And Mumim was like, I know. I'm like, you saw how your friend moved. She was like, I know.
I said this.
I know. I'm sorry, Aisha. I'm sorry. I said, Mumim, why is she here? How is she here? Why is she here? I don't know. I didn't invite her. I literally was in my text. They asked me where I was, and I said, I'm at Phil's. This is where Mumim stopped. She said, I'm at Phil's. Now we back and forth. Everybody trying to figure out how she's here. So I take Mumim back in front of Zadia. Your friend said she did not invite you. Can you please leave? Zadia's like, okay. Mumim was like, I didn't invite you. I said, I need to know how she's here then, because no one's saying they invited her. How is she here? She's already came aggressive as to Carrie. Enough is enough. Why is she here? She has to go. Phil, she won't leave, and Phil's asking her to leave. This is his house. Why won't she leave? Then Momine, I take her back to Carrie. We trying to figure out. I'm like, Momine, how did your friend show up here?
How did she show up there?
She goes, I don't know. I was literally in on my text message with her, and they was asking. She said, same way you guys have a chat, I have a chat, and with them, and they said, where are you? And I said, I'm at Phil's. Are you guys coming? I said,
Damn.
Hold up, wait a minute. Let me put some pimping in there. Hold up. Wait. What do you what?
Mommy.
What?
I loved you.
Oh, I didn't think that part was important. How was that not important? I could see why you would think that part was important, Aisha. But I could see why you think that part was important, but because I was just saying, like, are you coming? Like, so Phil and I asked Phil, they were supposed to get invited at the very end because I wanted to have a good time with you guys. Who said, Zadia, come to the party you're invited? Was it you, Phil? Was it you, Momine? Nobody's saying nothing, but what I know is, Momine, you left out a crucial point when you were talking to me. I'm here. Are you coming?
That's pretty important, to be honest. You know what I mean?
That's important.
Yeah.
Because then the question that I could have followed up with, or any of us that was asking, is, why are you asking her, is she coming? Did you invite her? Did Phil invite her? Who inviting her? Because then the people who didn't want to be in her presence could have got up and left.
Yeah.
So now, because these moving parts happen unbeknownst to everybody in the room who does not get along with her, we are subjected to this wrath of our night being ruined because everybody's trying to get her to leave, and she's trying to go on an apology tour by ripping you apart while she's trying to apologize to you. Oh, Carrie, I wasn't trying to square up with you. I was just trying to talk to you. I said, but you put your coat down to talk to somebody and you trying to push Phil out the way? Well, I said, was that not aggressive and trying to square up? Momine was like, that was, and you were wrong. So Momine did call her out again. And she's like, well, I know what it looked like, but it wasn't that. So what was it, Zadia? So then Carrie commenced to telling her, you're too aggressive, you do this too many things, it's constantly over and over and over again with you. You come off too hard. You have to stop. Oh, Carrie, this is and that, this is not getting nowhere. And I don't, they going back and forth. And then I say, all right, stop.
Mm-hmm.
What's the resolve here?
Yeah.
Because it's going to keep going in a circle.
Mm.
And Carrie said, you know what? I'm over it. Because at this point, Zadia is like, well, you crying because you don't want to be my friend, because I don't want to be a friend. And Carrie like, I ain't crying because I don't want to be a friend. I was upset because I was going to drag you. So that's why when she said on your thing that Carrie telling me she's going to drag my ass, Carrie said that because you were sitting there trying to make Carrie look like a punk, like, oh, you crying because I don't want to be your friend. And Carrie like, no, that wasn't the case. I'm crying because I had to stop myself from dragging you up and down this place. That's why I'm crying. I'm crying because I'm pissed that you touched me and violated me and didn't apologize instantly. That's why I was upset, because I was going to drag you up and down here. Not because I want to be your friend. You keep on screaming people want to be your friend. That's not the case here. We are 40 years old, 38 years old, 45 years old, 46 years old. You think we're hard up for friends?
Mm-hmm.
And you're 35. You think with all of my life experience that I have been through, I am hard up for a friend, and I want to choose you to be my friend, and I'm so hurt by not being your friend that I have to act like this. Girl, stop. Please stop. You and I, please stop. Just stop.
Oh, where was Nye in all of this? Where was
Nye
Nye in
never is
all of
around.
this?
Nye is on YouTube saying it's all in that.
Bruh,
He
checks my
comments on every
comments.
YouTube,
Yeah, he was on
every
my
blogger.
comments.
He's under every blog saying, "Oh, it's just TV." Him and Cornelius.
Nah.
Cornelius want to go on a, "Oh, let's boycott Ready to Love." No, you want to boycott it because you was depicted how you showed up. So now you want to boycott Ready to Love. He's in a group chat. I think we all should boycott Ready to Love. No, we shouldn't.
Ah! Ringleader trying to get everyone to be a rebellion.
Get him out the group chat. Start another one. You done. We try to give you grace and put you in a group chat with us, but get him out of here. You knew what you was doing. Cornelius, you try to show up like, "Oh, I'm this church boy. I did this." And no, you were with the reindeer games with them too. You all plotted to make it to the end. You all plotted to play a game. And now that your game, yes, Coach Sydney. Because the guys, guys don't want to be in female stuff. So the guys is like, keep him in. Of course, it's obvious that we're not gonna have Camille and Zadia in the chat and them, but let's keep, the guys in. But as soon as he started to run back and tell them the stuff we were saying,
Oh,
and
he
then
was a snitch too. Oh.
and then she was responding on Instagram based off things we said in a chat.
Oh, he was snitching too. Oh.
We was like, we gave you grace, but now you can go too.
Oh, Kenisa snitching too. Oh, that's ugly.
Yeah. So all of this to say this. They all made an alliance to go to the end. Zadia was going to go to the end with Nye. Camille was going to go to the end with Cornelius. Momine was going to go to the end with whoever chose her. Shiloh was going to be expendable at that point. They was just using her to play around.
No.
If we're going to keep it funky. She was expendable to them.
Lord of mercy.
And that was going to be the 4 or possibly 3 that's going to make it to the end, according to their game that they were playing. And those men that were with them were willing to play the game too. You played the game and you lost because it wasn't a game.
Game over.
Now you screaming bloody murder. Woe is me. Why is this happening to me? Why are you all people attacking me? Why I didn't do anything? It's editing. Editing did it. Editing can do but so much.
Trust me. Editing
cannot make your facial expression. Editing cannot make your cattiness. Editing cannot. So you telling me for 90% of the show you showed up happy and they found the little 10% here and there and pasted you together and made you just look like this person. Stop it. We was there in that process. That's why everyone is singing this same song about them.
Yep.
That's why at the reunion, you saw Sabrina go from 0 to 100 because she was tired. You saw even as calm as me and Sydney is, you saw us two be like, what? Sydney, give him a peach. Because at this point, we have experienced what you guys did not see. So, of course, it's not going to make sense in totality to you guys. Like, you saw but so much. Oh, we saw them being mean. But imagine what I've just told you. The real meat and potato of it all, of why we feel this way. Because it was exhausting to experience that. And then to be out of the process and still be taunted and experience that. The apologies are fake. The excuses are fake. And now we're going to end the journey with that. I showed up. I dated intentionally. I made these men feel safe. I made these men understand that it's okay to love and be loved. I spoke my truth of what love looks like to me. I spoke my truth of what it looks like for me to be a female and live in my feminine energy. Yes, there's a balance between masculine and feminine energy, but I'm going to live, sit back, and enjoy the ride of my feminine energy. I'm calling to the man who wants to take care of his queen. I'm not calling to a 50-50 man. I'm not calling for a 20, 90 man, 80 man. I'm not calling to you, brother. Find that queen who aligns with you. I am calling to the man who says, I want to take care of my queen. And me and Dante had those conversations. I have 3 children. The experience for me, what love looked like, didn't end well with my journey. But as a man who has did the work, I'm willing to do it different with you. I want to be the king. I want to take care of my queen. I wanted to know what it feels like and looks like to be loved. We heard Dante's story of the many women he had to go encounter. We heard him say he went from being the good guy to being a bad guy. I even told him in his story at one point, you were the villain. You were doing things to women because you were brokenhearted. And I'm glad you did the work to show up different, King. So because he did the work to show up different, I saw him. I see him. I'm willing to accept him. I'm a Black woman who come from a little bit of pain, from a lot of bit of pain, from a little bit of sorrow, from a lot of bit of sorrow. And I did the hard work the hard work to fix myself. He saw me, he sees me. I laid it on the table. I'm a woman who was with somebody for 12 years. I have been beaten. I have been lied to. I have been cheated on, but I did the healing work, brother. My past love and mistakes are not your burden to bear. What's up? Does this look good to you? Does this feel good to you? Then I make you feel good. If you make me feel good, I make you feel good. Let's do this. I'm calling for a man who aligns with my spirit, who I align with his spirit. So some things I may have said may not make sense to you. But my feminine energy means just that. I'm not sitting back and saying I'm going to not do nothing because I am a boss. But my man is the boss. I want to stop doing what the agenda was to tear our Black men at our houses. Welfare, tear him out the house. Your mother on welfare, she can't say the father lived there. He got to leave when inspection is coming. The agenda was to kick the Black men out the house. The projects, put them in the projects. Throw liquor in the neighborhood. Throw McDonald's in the neighborhood. Break them down, tear them down. Leave the Black man out of the house. Give the Black woman more jobs. Make her feel like she's better than him. Now we have this feminist movement. We don't need him. We don't need him. We can do this by ourselves. Black men destroyed. 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 I don't want to push the agenda no more. The agenda started from slavery. Take our Black men away from us. That was the mission. Take our Black men away from us. Take his masculinity away from us. Bucking. They bucked our men in front of us. Do you know what bucking is? They did that to our Black men in front of us. I don't care. My Black man that I had that was good when he was good and bad when he was bad was because he experienced turmoils that he couldn't identify and couldn't deal with. And as a 19-year-old girl going into a 20-year-old woman to a 25-year-old woman with a baby, I couldn't even identify it for him. We are all equipped with the knowledge to move forward. We know what the agenda was. We have to do better.
Come on.
All of us. Yes, we've been hurt. Yes, there's been days where you want to give up. Yes. Yes. What is the bigger picture for us to what? Give the hell up and keep hurting each other? We all know we once lived as kings and queens, right? When do we take back our royalty? I am curating for me and mine a life of luxury, a life of abundance and wealth and health and love. Period. He gets to go. We all get to go. I get to go. I learned that in one of my therapy group. We say you get to go. That means whatever you desire, you get to go. You get to do that because you matter. I showed up. Me and Dante connected. It wasn't for TV. And now we're here. 5 months out of the mission, out of the journey with you guys, and we still here. Has it been all great? No. No. I want to still be real with you guys. Has it been peaches and cream the whole 5 months? No. We hit bumps. We hit moments where I did the work, but shit, girl, this is a little scary now.
Yeah.
Because something is coming back up in him. Because remember, we people that are healed but still healing. Shit, Aisha, this look a little scary. I don't know. Deal with it, or I'm walking away. Okay, so we're going to deal with it. Let's do it. I'm here to be real with y'all. Because I came on this show to be real. I came on this show to, if anything, I'm going to be me. I'm going to show you what this journey looks like. I'm going to hold Dante accountable. He's going to hold me accountable. And we're going to move through this journey of figuring out if we are meant for each other. I keep telling people, I said in my last interview, don't get so invested in me and Dante that you forget that we are flesh and bones.
Yep.
Don't get invested so much in me and Dante that you forget that I have passed, he has passed, and we have traumas that we all have healed and we are still healing and working through. Don't get so invested that we forget that life still lifes. Because life is the son of a something. And she will life the hell out of you. It's about you moving past it and moving through it. I always tell people, you get to go through a moment. Don't go through it. Don't unpack. Don't set up shop. Don't check in. Go through it. I need to cry. I need to be mad. I need to be angry. I need to be sad. Whatever you need to do, go through that emotion. Go through that moment. Do not unpack there. And when he went through moments, go through your moment. But I'm not going to let you unpack there. And if I have a moment, you have a moment. Have a moment, Aisha, but I'm still here. And that's what I want you guys to take away with. As my baby come in. Dante.
Yeah, man. All this. Woo!
Listen, I need to do anything.
I gave it.
Fire.
I said, buckle up.
It's a fire.
I said, buckle up. I said, buckle up. Because I was going to give it to y'all, and I was going to give it to y'all real.
Bro, I love this, man.
And I hope that y'all got it. I hope that you guys experienced it. I hope you guys take away with anything that this was not, like I said, I'm going to say it over and over again. So if whoever get a hold of it and decide to screen record your thing, Kojo, this was not a bashing session. This was, I'm going to tell my truth.
Of course.
I hold this black man accountable. He holds me accountable. And we're going to figure it out. Yes?
See, mamacita.
Not you too.
I don't really like him, though. He's annoying.
Yeah. That's when you're a good steed.
We got work to do.
Yes, a lot of work ahead of us, but work must be done. Work is never done, so everyone's always on a journey, personal journey relationships, whatever you got, you working on something, the work is always need to be done. And so as long as you're continuing to work and do the work on yourself and others and empower others in a positive way that uplifts them, sky's the limit, and we can bring back that utopia of positive mindset individuals lifting each other up and stay away from that toxic energy. So it's okay to, if things don't work out or you have issues with somebody, but, let's get to the core, to the root of it and identify what got me here.
Yeah.
What triggered me from when I was younger, or this mood I got that I never addressed from years ago. Now it's become from a small little molehill to a mountain. I never addressed it and start chipping away at it. And, that's what we're doing. I chip, I sculpt this beautiful Bronx bomb still, and she helps sculpt this, this young rough young man from East Chicago, Indiana. So, it's work to be done. So, some
and
days
we willing to do it.
Some days it's beautiful and it's butterflies, and some days it's like she get on my nerves a little bit.
He's a whole lot. He a whole lot. He tried to get rid of me today because he wanted to watch football, and I wanted to
My
cuddle.
brother needs to watch football.
And he wanted to get rid of me today.
I gotta have.
So I hear you. I hear you, cuz.
I gotta have a football time.
And he sent me out shopping with Liver. Like, go with Liver.
Oh,
A smart brother at that. Send her out, bro. Send her out, bro.
Thank you. Talking about they dribbling the ball up and down the field, dribbling the ball.
What?
Come on, man.
I don't know about sports.
She's talking about the wrong football. She's talking about the
I
wrong
just
football.
wanted to sit on his lap and watch it with him. But I kept talking. He was like, girl, get out of here.
It wasn't giving. How y'all say? It wasn't giving what it was supposed to be
giving. That's right. Shoo.
But we are real people, and we went through this journey, and I commend him for how he stood in the journey.
Likewise. Cooking.
And we just friends.
I have one question, and that's about it, because I think you guys have covered a lot of the stuff that needs to be covered. You guys obviously found each other on this process. How does it feel to have found each other? Because, we've seen past seasons. It's not been pretty, But the fact that you two have managed to find each other, and actually it's so interesting because you two are the hardest people I judge on the show. I'm not going to lie to you. You two are the hardest people I judge on the show. So, I said gun fingers. I said remotes. I said, I don't know this. I don't know these two gonna. But you found your way here, so I want to kind of just know, like, how does it feel to be at the end of the show's process and to be here? That's what I want to know. Like, how does it feel for you two? What's the feeling we're getting?
It's really like the show, it definitely had like a battery pack to it, steroids, the lights is on, cameras is produced.
Battery. Gravity battery.
Alexa
again?
Yeah.
Yo, Alexa knows how to come and intervene.
But it's like when the lights go out, that's when the work really starts. So it's like we still here. We still working. We still putting in the work. And it's like we're planting those seeds for the future. Like you said, we 5 months in, still dating, still getting to know each other, still learning about each other. So the stuff she do, like, hold up, I didn't see this before. And stuff that I do, she be like, hold up. And we like, okay, well, hold up. Let's talk about this. And we have really intentional conversations. I didn't sit down and cry with this woman and help. She helped me discover and push me. I didn't sit and said things to her, and she'll bust down crying, and I'm helping her discover something. So that healing part is like, what it's really about, and you got to have those conversations. I mean, we have a 2-hour conversation about one problem, but we trying to work it out, So it's like, I'd be like, man, she the same way. We both like, man, that's a 2-hour conversation.
I know, but I'd be like,
but it's needed.
It's needed.
It's needed because if we're doing the work and we're trying to progress forward, what most people do is they ignore, not have a conversation. They're just, look it over, and then they're just like, well, I guess it might work, or, but no, you got to have that conversation. So one thing I can say about her is that, when it's something that's bothering her, she gonna say it, and me being in tune with her, I know it's coming. I'm like, all right, let's have the conversation, and vice versa. Like, you need to have this conversation. You need to talk about it. So it's like, just, poetry in motion. We're just watching it work, it's not perfect, but we definitely making sure that we do the work to make sure that it gives what it needs to give. That's it, right?
And for me, just coming from out of the process into now this with Dante, like I said, I took a stronger stance because remember, again, I was married, he wasn't.
That's the thing.
So for me, being in someone's space and want to be in this space and live in a space, especially because that's the action I called for. I'm not going to take a step back. So either are you calling to the same action or not? So that's why I have to hold him accountable, because this is the action that you said you wanted to. So if that's not what we're doing, then we need to not do this. Because I'm not going to stay together for TV. I'm not going to stay together because what it looks like for other people. So this is what I set for this is the healing work I did. I want this. You said it aligned with what I wanted. So if now this scares you too much, then bow out. Bow out. And let's bow out as friends versus let's pushing it. And I want this. And let me reset. I want this. So for me, even out of the process, is staying true to myself. Staying true to myself and keeping my integrity there. Not because I want a man so bad, I'm going to stay in it for the look of it. I had this conversation with you. I'm not going to stay with you because people want me to. I'm going to stay with you because it made sense for me and it has to keep making sense. You the king. I got you the head, I'm the neck. Let's work together. But it has to keep in lining with what I curated for myself, because I'm not going to do it no other way. So that's what the process has looked like for me, is staying intentional, not getting caught up in the hype, nothing. When I smile, I want to genuinely look at this man and smile. And he makes my stomach turn inside out every time I look at him.
Oh, inside out. No,
Yes, I do. I love looking at him. Like it's beyond butterflies. It really is. And he's my friend. Like this dude is my friend.
She stopped.
I love that. I love that.
He's a chatty patty.
I want to ask a question for you too as well. Sorry, it just came to me because you guys are talking about intentional conversations. How do you create safe space to have these vulnerable types of conversations? Because these are conversations where you may be talking about something that you may or may not like about the other person, what they're doing at the moment. How do you create that space for each other to have them type of conversations? Because they're not easy.
They're not. It's not attacking the person and not using what they told you as from their past as a tool to throw it in their face. Oh, you said your last 5 relationships didn't work, so that's why you ain't doing it right by me, because your 5 last ones didn't work. You can't do that. That's not fair. Stay on topic. Hey, the issue we're having right now is your communication. I don't know why it's failing, but I haven't heard from you. We lack this. What needs to happen here? All right, well, I've been busy. This and that. I got to do better. I'm sorry. Let's focus on us. Don't try to. Sometimes we load our gun and we ready to shoot each other. That's when it becomes an unsafe space. Why are you even moving in a space to want to attack your spouse? Why are you coming with your gun blazing?
Don't come in there. Well, I got receipts. You said this. That's all about your delivery.
It's all about the delivery.
Delivery is like, you can't come in. Well, you said this, and then you did this, and now I'm doing this, and it's like a blaming game. And now we're having this debate or argument to see who is the victim. Who's going to come out the victim? Who's going to be the one that's not going to be at fault? But no, it's about accountability. If you've done the work, or you're doing the work, or you're open to doing the work, you're open to going and look in the mirror and saying, you know what? All right. Or you know what? I don't agree with that. But, let me think about it and we can come back and talk about it. Let me process all this, because right now, if I'm getting upset or I'm getting my emotions, whatever, which you shouldn't be, because really what accountability feels like attack if it's true to a lot of people. So, a lot of times if you're open to it, that accountability, like, you know what? You're right. If not, a lot of people, when you come out on something, they feel attacked. Like, no, accountability should not feel like an attack. It should feel like, look, this is something that I see, my perspective. Here's what I see. Look in the mirror. You may see, you know what? I see that. And I thank you for bringing it, because now you building me up. Now we taking them bricks and we slowly building this foundation up together. Instead of just saying, I'm coming here, I'm gonna blow this up. I'm gonna tell the truth. I'm gonna tell it like it is. But really, you looking to attack somebody. But really, you gotta be looking to build your person up.
It's your spouse. It's your friend. It's your partner. Why you don't have to create these boundaries where y'all get to tell each other the truth? Like I said, even with my girlfriends, it's any relationship. We hold each other accountable. The girls can tell you, Court do something we don't like, we gonna sis. I do something they don't like, sis. Carried, sis. That's how you build any relationship, or holding each other accountable and doing it in a space where I'm not attacking you.
Because at the end of the day, it's about making you a better person. And if anybody care about you, they're gonna tell you and hold you accountable if they want what's best for you in your future. Other than that, if you just sit by and you let your friends, you let your loved one act a plum fool, do this and do that, you don't care about them, and then you just kind of co-sign like, yeah, because it's funny or it's entertaining. But really, how does that make them a better person?
Yeah.
How are you protecting them? How are you protecting their image? How are you protecting them as you know, doing the work on themselves? You're not.
Some deep stuff, man. This some deep stuff. I don't know if you maybe I'm premature in saying. How did you guys know that it was time to move forward with each other? Like, because you're on the show, you have connections here, right and center. People are here, there, everywhere. But how do you know that you two are like, yeah, we need to move forward together? You know what I'm saying? Like, because having options can sometimes cloud judgment. So how do you get to the space where both of you are able to say, it's you? It's you.
The conversations. You know, like I said, we spend a lot of time talking on the phone. So just the conversation and hearing that a lot, we talk a lot. Lexus, no, get out of here, Lexus.
The dog, he's
If it's not Alexa, it's Alexis.
it's not Alexa, it's Alexa.
It's Alexis.
But you know, it was a conversation for me. You know, one, she made sense. I made sense as far as the family dynamics. You know, her spirituality is not a problem for me. You know, I'm a spiritual individual as well. And then just our outlook on life and how we, you know, have a zeal for just living this life and living it to this fullest. And then we have like similar, philosophies of life. So it's like, okay, she worked. And I was like, so when she talks, as you guys been listening to her talk for the last 3 hours, almost 4 hours, that, you know, but it's refreshing to sit back and hear her talk, right? Then she gonna brush me off yesterday.
I know she's trying to get you off. She was like, right. I'm hungry.
No,
I'm hungry.
I wrote in the chat. I'm just joking. My baby telling it I can eat.
Yeah, but then you just over there scratching your head.
No.
I am hungry.
I'll eat them chips and it's none of my business.
Yeah, right. Pull that food up.
I'll bust that food down. Oh my god. I was dancing. I was eating.
Where do you guys even go?
We went to Succotash and I had fried oysters on this bread with like aioli sauce.
Dante.
And I had catfish and I had macaroni and cheese and I had French fries.
Dante, what did you have, sir?
I had a vegan burger and some Brussels sprouts, bro. That's it. I'm gonna dig it out.
I'm a one for Shack, baby. I'm a one for Courtney. We don't go to Red Lobster. We go to me.
I'm over there looking at her like, oh, my little vegan burger. Let me just cut my burger up so I can have more. You know what I'm saying?
We go to
She had the nerve to try to eat some of my Brussels sprouts. I'm like, nah, you got all that food over there. Don't even worry about what's over here.
Don't worry about that.
Don't worry about it.
We good, guys. It's just we got to connect, and like I said, not rushing the process and not forcing him to make a process. He was able to move through the process authentically. He was able to weed out his options. His strongest connection became his weakest connection because he was able to go through emotions and see. Versus imagine her saying, stay here, and he stayed there and only rotted that out. Imagine me saying, pick me, and he confused and pushed me away. I let him go, and we was able to find each other.
What was that like, Dante, being allowed And that word is allowed because it doesn't always happen on every
Yeah,
season.
I don't know about no,
what I mean?
She put them piles on you. Don't worry.
I have the same philosophy, and that's another thing. Like, no, go out, date field, date friends. See, if that's what you want. If it's what you want, then cool. It was meant to be. Because at the end of the day, I still have a dope individual. I can have a nice intellectual conversation with about life, family, holding people accountable, whatever. So, and that's what all of my, connections on the show. It's like, date, like, do what you got to do. Because at the end of the day, I don't want you to come here and then be curious about that, or I'd be like, I wonder if that would have been like, or I think I chose too early. Like, no, go through the process, weed everybody out. Okay, this is home for you. This work, okay, good. Well, come on home. Come on home. So it was refreshing. It was refreshing. Like, okay, because like it's a process. So you shouldn't be getting upset if it's week 2 or week 3 and you like, well, why are you talking to them? You over there talking to them, smiling in their face and doing all this. And then I should be able to date and see what they do. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, you should like a foundation is a friend. You should like me as a friend and we build on that. So as a friend, as somebody I care about, I have to be okay with you being with someone else potentially, and if that's what you choose is best for you, like that's okay, and I can't be selfish to try to keep you and lock you here. Like, no, don't go talk to them, baby. Don't go over there. No, stay here with me. But then secretly now I'm creating like it's a toxic situation here. That's toxic. So you can't do that. You have to be able to allow people to be, free, so to speak,
And I told him, remember he told you guys part of his past and the toxic things that he was used to. I think what he had to experience with that situation with her was this is too familiar and I don't want to live here. And I think he was basically trying to tell her at one point at that table when he was still interested in her, like, don't poke the bear no more. And I think that was him as a man saying, I listen, that doesn't look good to me.
The lack of accountability for me. Now, what I got out of that situation was lack of accountability. Okay, coach. All right, coach. Yeah, here you go. I'm gonna go in here and do my thing. Okay, cool. That's what you want to do. I care enough about you as a friend to allow you to go and you go do what you're gonna do, and I'm gonna go make my moves accordingly. So that part.
Man, it was just
Let me ask a question to you, Aisha. At what point did you feel safe? Because women, this is a big thing for women, feeling safe, especially what we've gone through. At what point did you feel safe around Dante? When did it click and be like, I feel safe?
while he rubs my thigh.
Not the thigh rub.
Like, give him a good answer,
a
baby.
thigh rub.
Good answer.
A thigh rub.
So when
On the gluteus.
after we got into the house and we finished the scene and everyone was outside. So I think Dante had brought up in his interview with you where he said Zadia was outside and it appeared as if she was giving Shiloh, the business.
Yes.
Or putting their guys in the bottom. Momim had rolled with us. Excuse me. So Dante had to ride her back. So she was still in the back seat and I was in the front seat. As what appears to her has been giving them like the business, like, and why did you do what you did? And what's going on? Why did y'all put him in the bottom? Like, really, we playing this game? We really be playing this game? Like, it seemed to be like she was giving them the business. When I got in the car, when he saw me come down immediately, because she turned to him after and was in his face and pointing in his face and yelling in his face. The moment he saw me walk down out of the house, he instantly was like, ran to me. And he grabbed my bags, he put them in the car, and he opened my car door. He sat me in the car and he was like, just be easy. I got in, he helped me in the car, he closed the door, and she proceeded to lean in the window and like, you gonna call me tonight? And he shifted his body.
How you gonna say that, Aisha? You gonna call me tonight? Like, yo, like.
She tried to shoot night him. You gonna call me tonight?
Good night vibes.
And,
very night.
And I felt protected when he shifted his body. Place where she was not going to be in my visual to disturb me. And then he put his hand on my leg as to calm me down, and he just looked at me like, mm-mm. And I was like, because at that point you see me in the front seat with him. We done chose each other. You saw the exchange between him and I. And you're trying to be confrontational in his face and in his space while I'm there now. So again, you're trying to egg me on. And he instantly shifted his body between, and I'll call you and I'll call you. Good night. The whole time his hand is on my leg. I got you. I was like, wow. 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 Like he's like, you good, I got you. You don't have to worry about that. I got you. And I was like, okay. I thought most guys would be like stuck, like, oh. But he literally, she proceeded to sit on the back of the car and grill us. And he just kept rubbing my leg until we pulled off. You good, you good. You good, you good, you good, we good. He like, you good, right? You good, we good, right? You good, right? I'm like, he like, we good, right? I'm like,
I almost got whiplash again.
Because I'm like, I'm looking at her like, and he's like, no,
it was all tension between them two, and I knew it. So
he's just like, no,
we're not doing that.
And he just like, look at me, we good, right?
Aisha just wants to grab your beard, bro. Don't let her pull. She
She
didn't even try to even show us what you were doing. I see her just grabbing the beard. She's trying to get this beard. I see it. I'm gonna have to grow mine out a little bit more.
That's when I felt protected, because it was literally like he just kept balancing me. He kept saying like, nah, we see what you're doing, but we ain't doing that. And I got you. And if I'm telling you I got you, I got you. And that's what I was like, okay. So I don't know what everybody else talking about. They don't feel protected, but
you felt protected. We'd love to see that. You better put your hands away, sir.
He's so annoying.
Put your hands away. You know what those hands be doing on the gluteus maximus. We don't want to see none of that.
He's so annoying.
I'm just wondering, Dante, have you got any more silk robes? Have you bought any more silk robes?
I do have a couple more, I ain't broke them out yet. Valentine's Day coming up. I might break them.
You might have to start a little brand out here, sir. You know what I mean?
I'm trying to burn his robes.
Smoke going on,
Dante's silk robes.
Doves coming out,
Let me tell you something. When he brought his ass in that room smelling like cocoa butter and freaking incense, I was like, and oud. He smelled like oud.
Hey, oud is the one. Listen, that thing there, it's expensive, but it smells good and it lasts long.
I was like, oh, baby.
A brother knows, you about that life.
Yes, sir.
He got the minerals. He got
the minerals. He does. If you got the oud, sir, if you got the oud, you know what you're doing. You're a dangerous man.
I got ouds downstairs.
Oh,
yeah.
this guy. I like it.
Smell good and come in here. He definitely got it. He definitely. Thanks.
Swoop up, man. Thank you, Phil, man. Hey, man, happy birthday in about 1 hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah, it's about to be Phil's birthday.
Man, props up to you. You gotta give my guy Phil a shout out.
Yeah. He gave you the alley-oop, you know what I'm saying?
He didn't even know he was about to give me the alley-oop, but he came through with the alley-oop. You know what I'm saying? Man, hey, Phil, appreciate you.
Man, but the chips will always fall. We had you guys for 4 hours, but the chips will always fall where they may. And this is not by accident; it's by design.
Yeah.
Everything happens for a reason.
Honestly,
that's that.
Divine timing.
That's it. Thank you so much.
Brady brunch this.
Oh, okay. Y'all got a little signature like dap? Is that what you lot got? Okay.
You done changed up the whole thing. The last time you told me to lock it, and then
I was feeling, crazy.
You got to work on that behind the scenes because under pressure he cracked.
We were supposed to come in real smooth with the hair.
Under pressure he cracked.
And then we were supposed to come out.
No, but you cracked under pressure.
In the progression
he cracked underneath the pressure. The pressure kicked me. Cracked under pressure. You have to practice that a little bit more, sir.
You know what I'm saying? She made me nervous.
It's all love.
We're gonna get this right for y'all if it's supposed to be right.
It's all love. It's all love. It's all love. So we want to say this? What can we follow you on? Is there any kind of things that you want us to support? Any initiatives you want us to get behind? Aisha.
So you can follow me at Pink, the color pink, PINK, Dolly, DOLLY, Glam, GLAM. So Pink Dolly Glam on Instagram. Because you ladies and gentlemen, even men have called for me to speak, I am going to do some motivational speaking. I'm going to hold a few seminars, and I have written a book for myself, but it was just for me. But now, because people have been asking for my journey, in that book, I will give you the reasons to my divorce in its entirety.
Love that.
That's the projects that I have coming up.
Love that. Appreciate that. Dante, do you have anything you want to add in terms of we can support or?
Oh yeah, similar. I'm on Instagram as well. Conscious_God_body7. I have a few projects of my own. I too will be following suit and writing something. I think I definitely want to. I have a lot that I could have talked for days too.
That's why we work so well, because we both chatty patties on it.
But yeah,
that's all.
A lot of time many times when I tell my story, a lot of people say I should write a book. So this experience and where I've been, the villain, the good guy, the conscious guy. I think my story can positively impact a lot of other brothers out there in my same situation. So definitely be some things coming down the pipeline.
Okay, final thing from you, Dante. People want to know where your vegan risotto is from.
So look, they had to make it vegan. It's at the La Oficina at the wharf in Washington D.C. That's where we were at the date. It was on the rooftop, but they made it vegan. The chef came through. I had that with some red wine. They had a nice wine selection. So check it out. The wharf, La Oficina, right there. Right by where they fry the fish up, where the fresh market is at. You see it right there when you come in. So check it out. You might see me up there, on the balcony looking over the Potomac.
I'll learn to make that risotto.
She said, "That's it. I'm gonna save you some money."
Yeah, no. So you don't have to go back to a place of trauma.
No. We healing the trauma, baby.
We live in that moment.
Flashbacks. It'll be his risotto life.
My nose gonna start going in or something. My nose gonna start pushing.
Oh man, it's been an absolute pleasure hosting you, Aisha, for 4 hours. I know you plan on hitting that 4 hours, girl. I know you plan on it.
I said 2 hours.
Nah, you plan on that 4, baby. You plan on that 4. You were trying to beat Dante, and it's cool. I see you competitive. She said she gonna beat you.
But I was like, I'm gonna tell. The truth must be televised today.
With a capital T. Televised and truth, baby. Both with a capital T. And it was. So I appreciate you both, for the yesterday night and tonight as well. You've given us great advice as well. And you've told your truths with a capital T. So honestly, big shout out to you two. And we are rooting for you both to see more great stuff from you going forward and into the future. Audience members, it's been amazing. Listen, you know what? You got 4 hours of good quality content. I don't want to hear you say Pim. Okay? Listen, you've enjoyed. You can now go and rest, go sleep, go enjoy what you got to do for the rest of the night. And listen, for me, don't do anything I wouldn't do. And since there isn't much I wouldn't do, I wouldn't follow me. I appreciate you guys. Stay locked and stay loaded. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Like, share, and subscribe to the channel. I appreciate you guys. Little Black